Hello friends and welcome back to a new episode of the TypeScript Tea Time. I'm your host Mirko and hope you're having an awesome day today. There's a bug. See it on screen? This one. If you shoot that, something will happen. Good to see you, Sodium. Welcome back in. Welcome back in, friends. This is the TypeScript Tea Time. We are currently working on a newsletter service for a blog. So whenever we post, or the person who I'm kind of building this for, whenever she posts a new blog post, we want to check, we want to notify all of her subscribers, email subscribers. For that, to enable that, we need for people to subscribe some way. We have an API endpoint for that, a post request. We also need a way to unsubscribe necessarily. not that we want them to, but it's probably better for us and for them. And last but not least, we also need a workflow that checks whether there is actually a new blog post on the website, and then notifies all the people. We have that already implemented. That works. Actually, all the other things also kind of work, but we want to improve them. Always getting better, right? And for that, we're kind of doing a deep dive today. Or at least slightly deeper. It's not just the toe that's dipping in, but today it's at least up to the knee, kind of. Probably. With AWS API Gateway REST APIs. So far, because our workflow seemed to be fairly simple, we try to avoid the fairly complex REST API, but turns out it's probably better to have it after all. So the question being, what do we actually want from API Gateway, and why did I decide to switch to REST API now instead? So other than that, how are you feeling today? Everything good on your end? So before we actually get into first, cheers. Have a nice evening. So Sodium, for you it's almost probably like 4 hours further, like 20 o'clock, huh? 22 o'clock. Cheers on you. Thanks for being here. Does the audio work and so on? Let me just do a quick audio check, just in case. Always better to do the audio check instead of not doing it and at the end noticing, oh, I streamed without any audio for 2 hours. That would suck. So why do we need, or what do we actually want from API Gateway? What do we in our specific use case actually use? So what we have is something like a post, some URL /subscribe. So of course we want this to be, well, HTTPS. That is like for free. Well, not for free, but comes with both API, and I'm talking about API Gateway, the AWS service API Gateway, which is this here, API Gateway. There we go. my search history, Google already knows that I'm looking for AWS stuff. This friend here, that's what we are looking for. And they have a couple. They have like RESTful APIs, the ones, or in this case it's more like HTTP enabled APIs and the WebSocket APIs. However, within this RESTful APIs, we have 2 versions, one being a REST API and the other one being HTTP APIs. So far we've worked with HTTP API. We are now switching to REST API. Why? So for HTTPS, to increase security, see the bugger? Maybe you can shoot it, exclamation mark up, exclamation mark up, exclamation mark up, again, exclamation mark shoot. That doesn't suffice. Well, I leave it to you to clean the screen from any bugs. So this one comes both with API Gateway, and it's about AWS, HTTP API and REST API. So what is the difference then? Or what else do we need We want validation. That's one thing. And this does only work with REST API. So in fact, we might actually be able to look at HTTP API versus REST API AWS. REST API is the more powerful one. We also want to have transformation of the response, which also only comes with REST API. In fact, we also want to have transformation of the request. So, and this is for integration with step functions. This also only comes with REST API. Did you hit it? No, not yet. Step. Yeah, you can also increase the power if you all of a sudden go slightly higher. You can do !power up or !power down to like fine tune. But that's probably something that you want to look into after you've did !up often enough to hit the bugger. It sits right on AWS a something gateway. Hit them buggers. So this transformation of the request, which we want for nice looking URL plus integration with step functions. So we did have a workaround so that we could use HTTP API with step functions, but we did an ugly workaround. We had like if you remember, we had something like /unsubscribe, and we had to use get in this case because we're running this from an email, and you cannot use post from within an email. And then we had something like $input equals, and then it was actually a JSON embedded into the query string, which is just ugly. Yeah, maybe some more. Or I didn't quite look at it. Let's say TSTT @gmail.com. What we actually want. So this was a workaround that we did for HTTP API. And I should be consistent here with my typing. But what we actually want, what we originally wanted, is something like this. Just email equal to, and then the URL, the email. In fact, at some point we probably also want to switch this to like ID equals something that you cannot really read, but that's a second step, and that has nothing to do with API gateway. In fact, if we switch at some point to this one, and we would still need to use HTTP API, we would have to use this weird workaround after all. So this is what we actually want on the request. So we originally wanted this kind of format. And so it's like something like this. What else did we want? We also wanted to return an HTML page on unsubscribe, saying something like, well, let's see. It's fine. No need to be sorry. No need to be sorry. No. Go ahead. Try to hit the bug. I love that it's actually being used. So far it is probably the best one that we have. I think I forgot. Did I add that one? I didn't. Okay. Never mind. I think I didn't deploy that one. Do you see the new bug? the new laptop. That was also suggested by somebody. And in fact, oh, did that not work? Oh, okay, never mind. I use Arch, by the way. It's the cat is actually an Arch user. So we want to have an HTML page saying you are unsubscribed on, well, get/unsubscribe. But that also is only possible basically using REST API while still integrating the step function to unsubscribe. So due to these reasons, we need a couple of transformations. We need some validation. Not this one, this was actually in common. And also, so we did have like post/unsubscribe. We had post/subscribe, and we also had get/unsubscribe. Actually, both of them we already had, but it turns out that with the help of REST APIs, we can get deeper into it. REST API, however, is way more complicated compared to HTTP APIs, I have to admit. And that's one thing that I want to do now is actually drawing the basics of REST API. Anybody work with HTTP APIs and REST API? In particular Sodium, I think you, because you're having fun here. Okay, slightly more, and I think one more. Did that not work? Ah, command. That should work. Maybe some more. Like so. So, the REST API. Oh, I forgot to actually log in. REST API is a beast compared to the other one. The other one is basically just, here's your endpoint, here's the integration, alright, cool. But for REST API, things get more complicated. And that's why I want to draw it now. So I did manage to actually get it running with all of these. I have not turned these into code. So I have it only basically currently running, but not properly running in terms of having it codified. And what else? I still have to do some learning and understanding to catch up to with the REST APIs. So that's why I want to draw it. I thought we can do that together. Like so, just logging in. There we go. So what we can see here, maybe zoom in a bit. Come on. We have a route, the root route. It does not have anything attached to it, so there you cannot really call it. We have the subscribe endpoint, which is enabled for post, and we have a get endpoint, a /unsubscribe that is enabled for get. So each of these now comes with a couple of stuff, a couple of things, and you see, so from the client, it flows like the data or the request is flowing in this direction, going into the step function at some point because of the integration, and then flowing back to the client. And in between, we can do different kinds of transformations, remapping headers, changing the input or the message body, and so on and so on. Configuring integrations, which is like the calls to the, in our case, AWS endpoints and services. And yeah, this is like the large flow. If we look at HTTP APIs, they basically don't have any of this part here. They do have the integration, and that's pretty much it. I think they only pretty much have this step up here in the on the top right. Of course, they have the client. It goes, or it gets forwarded using the integration, and then it somehow the step function receives it, and then it goes back directly to the client essentially, which is way simpler. So looking at this, the question becomes, and looking at all of this fun stuff here, the question becomes, what are all of these? Jesus Christ. And that's what I want to draw now. So basically, let's start here. We do diagram of, or overview of API gateway REST APIs. So they come with a couple of things. What we have, let's use this one here, or maybe the class one. I think this one is good. Yeah. So, overview of API gateway REST APIs. So what we have is, well, we still have like a client somewhere. Or maybe a cloud who's sitting somewhere within the cloud, right? And they send a request to API gateway. I think they use this one. And now let's see. So this one is API gateway. And they do send a, come on. Oh, I want to group you two. Control G. No. Shift G. Come on. Okay, anyway, there we go. Let's say a container. Yep, that works. So this being the big thing, API gateway. Move it to the back. Oh, that didn't work. To the front. Thank you. So what happens when a request is sent? Well, first of all, well, it is sent to API gateway, but then API gateway does stuff depending on what we did. So one thing that we need in terms of, so I'm talking about REST APIs, be aware of that. Not HTTP API in this case. What we have is something called a resource. This is basically this provides the path, provides the, or at least sub path, the route, if you want to say it like that. And this is conceptually, if you're building REST APIs, you typically have like objects, things that you're interacting with, that you get, update, create, read, or maybe delete. And this is basically the thing that you're interacting with. So in our case, it would be something, for example, like a example subscription. And now if we followed actual REST, which we don't, we only use the REST API to do our stuff. If we have this, we could have something like a subscription object on there. Oops. So that's one part, and this provides you with a slash. For example, a subscription, and then it becomes slash subscription. Attached to these, you have methods, and the direction is vice versa. Here you have methods, or method, and it's like 1 to n. So multiple method can be for each resource, but of each type you only have one. This is like get or post or I don't know, delete. Hey Hector, good to see you. Welcome back in. Jeez. Somehow the cats are in the wrong place. Unfortunately. Cats are in the wrong place. They need to go slightly higher, I think. But I have to fix that another day. I'm currently looking into AWS API Gateway. So we're still working on the MailChimp thingy. The email newsletter. But so I did finally get lots of stuff working. In terms of how the API looks like, the /subscribe and the /unsubscribe endpoints, like these endpoints, post, subscribe, and get unsubscribe, with these method bodies. But it took me a lot of time. And now I want to go into REST API because that's the way that I finally was able to do all of the stuff, like validation on the API level, transformation of the response so that the client actually receives a proper response and not something like that looks like exposes internal details of our service. And also transformation of the request so that everything works together well with the help of step functions when we integrate like the workflow. So that's what I'm working on. And now I'm kind of explaining also for myself AWS API Gateway REST API. So far we've worked with HTTP API. It's slightly weirdly explained. What they call RESTful APIs is not necessarily a RESTful API in terms of REST, like in the doctor thesis that was originally published. Inside of there you have two types. You have the HTTP API and you have the REST API. And we switched now from HTTP API, which has less features, is simple to use. Simple to use is also less costly compared to REST APIs. We switched it over now to REST API. And REST API comes with more features, in particular, for example, validation and a lot of transformation stuff, which we want to use and which we do use. Within that. Yeah. So that's the basic idea. And now I'm explaining REST APIs because REST APIs are way more complicated than HTTP API in AWS API Gateway. So what you see here is now a REST API. Maybe can I look at an example of a HTTP API? T-time demo. I think this is one. Here you have just some path, post, and then how it integrates with the backend, right? That's fairly simple. This is an HTTP API. But if we look at a REST API, a lot more stuff is happening. So let's look at this one. Also, the UI looks differently. So we still have like this part, but you deploy them separately. Like this here is a resource, while this one is actually a method that is attached to the resource. And each method that is attached to a resource, so which together they make post, subscribe, now comes with like 4 different steps instead of just one. One being the method request, where you can change headers and stuff. The integration request, which is the stuff. This is the one that is also available in an HTTP gateway. That was the call step functions, for example. Then something happens within step functions. So this is how we send something to step functions, and this is the actual sending or the actual execution. And then it comes back. because we want to respond somehow to the client. Then we can transform again. Now this is going to be the response that we're going to transform, and we can transform it very, very freely in this case. And then we can do more transformation in terms of headers and so on. And finally it gets returned to the client, like your web page, for example. So there's a lot more stuff going on here. And I'm trying to draw that and also make a mental map inside of my head. What we currently have, what we've currently drawn so far is, we have our client here. Why does it say G there? I don't know. Come on, hit the G. This is the client. There we go. Web page. It sends to API gateway, and then it forwards to like a combination of method and resource. It checks whether there is a resource called subscribe, in our case, and there is a post attached to it. And together, these then make these together. This small part is what I've drawn so far, and you have to actually provision them separately. And in fact, this is going to be a REST API. I think I wrote it like this. So together we have something like post/subscription or /subscribe. Now that's the basic setup. Now how does this post/subscription actually get handled? That's part of the description of the method, because this friend here includes somehow, at least in terms of CloudFront, it includes the definition for the integration, i.e. that means how to call the backend AWS service or whatever you want to forward to. You can also forward it to a Lambda directly. That's very, very simple. In our case, we use step functions, state machine. Let's how to call the backend AWS. And this is configured within the method. So that being the case, we somehow have attached to this it is not really an object, it's only a part of it, an integration. How to call the backend AWS service. Let me remove this part and that part. That's not in here. So, and if we look at SAM, we somewhere we should have, you see there's a lot here. Here we have our resource, which I call just unsubscribe route. Ideally, we would just use a noun like subscribe or subscription, and then you can create subscription with post and you can delete subscription with delete. But that's not quite an option due to the way emails work in our case. We could forward it probably, but that's another story. So in our case, we have, like, for example, an unsubscribe route, and corresponding to that, we have an unsubscribe method, which has an HTTP method get. Now this in turn has an integration attached to it, and that's what I've drawn right here. And this one also has another integration, what do they call it? Integration HTTP method. So something like get, post, I don't know, delete, and so on. And this is going to be the HTTP method. Is that what they call it? Yeah. So there are already two versions of of HTTP words in this case. This one is the one that is actually visible to the API. to the client. Oh, did I? Oh no, what did I do? This is going to be something like get or post / subscribe. In our case, it's going to be subscription. Normally, you would probably want to use proper nouns in this case. Subscribe. Ideally, use nouns. For example, subscription. Can I make you larger somehow? Come on. Come on. Can you follow somehow? If so, that's great, I hope. So this one triggers the integration, and this one then finally at some point actually calls the, for example, some AWS service, for example, step functions. Example. But this one is outside of API gateway, so I'm pulling it out of this box. So further attached, we now have a couple of more things. We now have models additionally, or model. This is, for example, the format of the request body for a specific method. So method, yeah, for a specific method. For example, it might also be the or a response body, and so on and so on. So for example, in our case, we have a model for subscribe request body model. Subscribe request body model. In our case. And what do we do with it? On the one hand, we document. That's not a terrible thing. But other than that, we can also attach to it validator. And this one essentially defines how to validate a request against a model, typically. And also what to validate. Like, for example, only the query strings, or only body, or both. So, that didn't work. No! Something like that. Right. So how do these get attached? I actually have to look myself. These are being attached to the method again. So this dude integrates. Where is my arrow? There it is. Come on, there should be an arrow. Like there. So this one, and it also integrates this dude here. And let's just make this arrow nice and straight. Oh. There we go. Where is this coming from? There. And together we can actually validate now a request. So that's a lot of stuff. That's a lot of stuff, and we're not finished. That's the unfortunate part here. Can we shoot the bug now? Ah, that was too much. Or the next one who shoots will hit the bug, I think. So, and we're not finished yet, right? Yeah, you squashed the bug, Hector. Good job. Ciao, ciao. Tea for you. Yes. We are unfortunately not yet finished. So you actually see me create all of these here. So I have a method here. I have a resource here. I have a validator here. And I also have like I also have somewhere I should have like a, what's the last one? A model. There's the model, there's the request, there we have the integration. And it continues. This integration is in itself also fairly complex. It consists of templates. So let's continue on here, I guess. So this dude has in and of itself, where are we? Come on. It has request templates. See? And it also has response templates, if I remember correctly. Yeah, there we go. So there's a lot that we can fiddle around with. And indeed, we do fiddle around with it to fit our use case. Request template and response template. These two, they are part of AWS step functions. This is basically transformation for the call to step functions to your AWS service. Hey, early memory. Good to see you back in. We're currently talking about AWS API gateway, and in particular REST APIs, which are way more complicated than the other ones, HTTP APIs. They give a lot more freedom. They allow us to validate stuff. They allow us to transform. We can completely rewrite headers, and we do all of that, in fact, for our two endpoints, which are going to be called in particular from within emails, or at least one of them, and that makes stuff way more complicated. I'm doing well. Yeah, getting kind of nervous concerning Japan. Hopefully everything goes all right. But on the other hand, I finished pretty much everything that I need to do, so I can fly like rest assured, with peace of mind. Also talked to a recruiter today, to probably start freelancing again in next year. So it did quite well. It went quite well today. I'm fairly happy about all of that, but I am nervous. Recently, I've been dreaming a lot. Interestingly, that's something like that. Normally, I do not see any of my dreams. Are you the type of people who, the type of person who remembers her dreams, or his dreams? Normally, I don't remember any kind of dreams, but the last 2 weeks, 1 week, 1.5 weeks, every single day I remember my dreams, which is very, very weird for me. Fortunately, it's not like nightmares. It's just dreams, but still. We're getting started to follow in bootcamp from tomorrow. PHP. Nice. PHP bootcamp. Sweet. Doing some web development, huh? Nice. never actually worked with PHP. I did like one very small project, but at that time I was not in control of HTML and CSS as much as I am today. So after a fairly short time I was like, this is not what I want to do. So I went back to other stuff. It wasn't quite for me, but it's great that you found that you're studying with it. So back to REST APIs. So once again, we have already a lot of stuff in here. What you typically have, the basics, is these three. So let's mark them maybe in green. That didn't work. I think I have maybe this one and that one and that one. You start with a resource, which is typically an object, or like if you or the main object, like a subscription that you can create, that you can delete, that you can get information about, that you can maybe update. In our case, we are kind of misusing it because we are not building a RESTful API. We're just using REST API or API gateway REST APIs for the benefits they deliver to us, in particular validation and transformation. Lots of these are typically the stuff that you deploy, like the method and resource you just have to have. Without them nothing will happen. You also have a base resource. Maybe that one is actually comes for free. I don't remember. I don't think it actually does. Root method? No, it actually doesn't. Okay. So the inside of this UI we see here, these are my two resources, subscribe and unsubscribe. Normally, if this would be RESTful, these would be nouns typically, like subscription, and then you do not have an unsubscribe. You would have instead a HTTP delete attached to the resource. In our case, we can create subscriptions essentially, and we can delete them in another way, in a non-RESTful way, because emails have just, well, limits. They cannot have post or delete forms. We can only do GET requests from there, so we have to kind of change things up a bit. We could work around that, but we don't. Let's keep things simple. Attached to each resource, you have methods typically, and those are the four. Well, there are more. These are the HTTP words, the HTTP methods like post, patch, put, get, delete. There are some more, update, whatnot. And those get attached as methods to each resource. We see that here in code as well. I have my API. We attach it. So this is I have my API up here, which in and of itself does not provide much. In and of itself, it does not provide much. We have attached to it, we have resources, which I just call routes in my case, but we have attached to it AWS API Gateway resources. Well, they do have a parent. The root route is always there, but it does not have anything attached to it by default, but you could if you wanted to. We reference the REST API in of itself, and we also define the path part. So this subscribe here. We then attach to this route, we attach a AWS API Gateway method. And this one has a lot of configuration, It references the API itself, and it references the resource that we just created. It also then provides lots of other configuration. How to authorize stuff. What kind of HTTP method we're actually using. That's probably the one that you're seeing right here. The most obvious one, the post. And then other things. How it integrates, most importantly, I think, is how it integrates with the backend. In this case, we have more stuff to it. So this is what I've called in the diagram, an integration right here. In fact, I noticed one more thing. Attached to our API, REST API, we in fact have two more things. So maybe we just, I don't know, we move you down here. That didn't work. Okay. Let's move all of these friends. Let's move you as well. They were not attached to you. Oh, okay. We have in fact, so let's call this API gateway, and instead we additionally create two things. We have we have a stage, which is kind of redundant by now, I would argue. I have too little space inside of here. Let me just reformat things a bit. So that's better. So stages being, normally if I say stage, you would think something like dev, prod, and maybe stage or beta, or however you call it, canary. That would be one version, but that's actually not good to do it that way. It also provides you with a prefix to all the resources and custom variables and whatnot, custom config of what to actually integrate and whatnot. This one is typically often only a single stage because it's required just by AWS API Gateway. We have to actually deploy it. Come on, you can do it. Do we actually have a stage? We do have a stage, right? Yeah, there we go. It is, however, called a deployment. Okay. So this one is not called a stage, it's called a deployment. Maybe we just, come on, what is, oh. At some point I have to switch to another diagram program. If you have any suggestions, feel free to drop them in the chat. I would be very open to alternatives to Draw.io. It's been a bit recently. Stage. So, and this deployment is actually attached in and of itself to the API, REST API. And this is the container for everything. Oh, no, that one was extremely important. Come on, be large. There we go. Come on, move you right there, and so on. So, you see it grows larger. We have a REST API attached to it. We have a deployment attached to it. We have multiple resources, and we could have 1 to n deployments attached to the REST API. 1 to n. This one is actually, I think the resources are deployed into not the deployment stage, but instead into this bad boy. Oh, there we go. So resources attached to them, they have methods, and methods, they define also, in particular, how we call our backend services. Whether it is in AWS services, there are other integration types. Exist. So it might also call just another API, which is just public on the internet. It might call a Lambda function. It might call also something inside of a VPC. I think you can also set that up. First click, then move. Okay. So, and so what else do we have now? The integration. We had request template, which is the transformation to the step function or any other. I'm very unhappy currently with Royo, for example, step functions. This is the direction where we come in, like in this direction, and it's attached to the integration request. Actually, we would need to draw this integration request, method request, integration response, and method response as well. We can just reload. And the outgoing path where step function returns something, or the step functions API first of all returns something, and then we can transform it for transformation of the response for the client. And this is, by the way that we are going to set up just a static HTML, so that we call our backend to unsubscribe, but then when we respond to the client, we are sending back an HTML file, so that the browser renders a page that says you are now unsubscribed, congratulations, or something. Sorry to see you leave, for example. These two things, they use something called Velocity Template Language, VTE, VTL. Velocity. Yeah, Velocity Language, Template Language. So, Velocity Template Language. With this, we can actually define the transformation. We can rewrite headers. We can change the response body and add new stuff if we wanted to, and so on. Same for this dude. The request template also uses VTL, which makes it complicated. So this is all the stuff that we're going to use. So when a request comes in, what just happened? When a request comes in, it reaches the REST API. It then gets forwarded to the resource method combination, which then sends something to the integration, which then sends over to and does some transformations on the way. Then sends it to the AWS service, and then it goes the whole way back using another template or transformation, and then finally reaches the client again. So that's quite a ways to go. What just happened? Whatever. There's quite a ways to go. Man. Yeah. And we pretty much manually deploy every single one. This one, this one, this one, this one. We also define that one, and we also define that one. And we also define that one, and we also define that one, and that one. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun in the slightly different sense. All right. Any questions? This is probably overwhelming. It is still for me kind of overwhelming. The degree of flexibility that we have. Maybe I can... I don't know, can we publish this? Publish doesn't work, link. Maybe make this public, synchronize. I mean, we can always save. Export, advanced, embed. Page setup, properties, no. Can't find it. How to actually share this with you guys, unfortunately. Anyway, continuing on, I think we kind of drew the diagram. It's a lot, is the summary. And now we're going to into fun stuff. I did, I think, set up the subscribe correctly. So what we're going to do, well, most of it at least. What we are going to do is actually set up the unsub thing and then attach stuff to it. This will give us a very good overview. So what we want is we want to call let's see, HTTP get, we want to call this from the client, and we want to say the response, expected response, client sends this, and the expected response is going to be, well, okay, content type is going to be HTTP, HTML, and we want something like, well, some HTTP body. Can I just say doc, right? This, no, doc, language mode, HTML. There we go. Unsubscribe from newsletter. And we just say you are now unsubscribed. So this should be returned. And in between, we want to have this triggers the step function for unsubscribe with, and the payload is going to be something like this, TypeScript ttime@gmail.com, something like this, or ID or whatever. That's the basic idea. So the client sends us an unsubscribe request with the inside of the query parameter, query string parameter, the value that we should unsubscribe. API gateway receives it, transforms it into this format, and triggers the corresponding step function. And then, however, when it responds to the client, expected client response, it's going to be all of a sudden text HTML, even though we trigger something with JSON here. We send this HTML body that can then be rendered by the browser, which says you are unsubscribed. And I do have that set up, but I have not set it up with the help of YAML, SAM. So we need to do that, I think. What we already have is, we have an API. It's up here. It's a REST API. It has an endpoint configuration which just says, well, we want to deploy it regionally. There are like, I think, three types can do it on the edge, which enables very, very quick response times. You can do it regionally, which is just like for general workflows, probably the way that you want to do it. Or you can do it, I think, within a VPC, which is also an option. We want to have it publicly available, and we just want the standard one, so we can take optional, and then we give it a name. That's all. So we also have attached to it a deployment, which sends, in our case, the stage name, sets the stage name dev. So everything that we do will be prefixed with /dev in our case. There's another way to get around that. This is like the target. We will reach this point at least. And this is going to be the stage name here. If we set up custom domains, we can actually get rid of this one as well. We will do the following. Instead, we will use the following instead. So we have that one. We also have a resource attached to it, I think, already. If I remember correctly, yeah. Unsubscribe route. It says AWS API Gateway resource, and then the path is going to be unsubscribe. It attaches to the API Gateway, and it uses the just backslash, so that you could have like nesting. We only have like one level of nesting, which is just the root slash, and then we have inside of there subscribe, which is one sub resource of the slash, which comes by default, and we can access it like this. And we have the other one being unsubscribe, as we have defined right here. So attached to this, we should have a method. And I think we're actually going to write this one again. So we can say API Gateway unsubscribe method. This is going to be of type AWS API Gateway method, and it has properties. And these properties are going to be the fun part. We do not have any authorization type none. We want to have the HTTP. Could you stop it? GitHub Copilot. We want to have get. Remember, we call this from within an email, so we cannot use post. We then want we do not have any request models, I don't think. We might need to. I don't think we need them. We take method responses. I think those are necessary. Let's take a look at this friend here, the documentation, and figure out what is actually needed. So, which one of these are actually required? Let's go to required. Yes. HTTP method, which we have defined. We also need a resource ID. So resource ID is going to be, we reference this route up here, which I think gives us the resource ID, if I remember correctly. Mouse wheel, stop it. What else do we need? We need also the REST API ID, which should be as simple as saying add ref API gateway. So that should be alright-ish. So we now have, on our API, we have get slash unsubscribe. Get slash unsubscribe. Without any authorization. What else do we need? That's it in terms of these. We want an integration. Oops, integration, I think. Yeah. This integration is going to look as follows. So this is what I'm currently looking at, by the way. Integration. So what do we have here? We do not need cache key parameters. We do not need cache name. We are not using caching at this point. Connection ID, I don't think we need that. Connection type is going to be internet, and that is the default value, so we don't need to provide it. We have content handling. Everything is going to be text, so that's all right. Don't need to change anything on that front. We need credentials. This is going to be the role that we use to execute our step functions. So we want probably something like exclamation mark ref, API, gateway, unsubscribe role. Do we have that? We do not. We might need to write this. Then what else do we need? Integration HTTP method. So this one is important. This one is important. That's one of the mistakes that I've made for like 4 hours or something. We have on the one hand the HTTP method, which is how the client interacts with your API. The question now is, how does the API interact with the integration? And in this case, it's going to be post, because that's the way step function actually works. Step functions from start execution. I'm not sure where I actually find this information, to be honest. Do we have something like post in here? No, unfortunately not. But if you use get here, what you will see, this will result in an unknown integration, unknown something. Let's see. Unknown operation exception. If you use get here, again, this is the how the API calls your AWS service, your backend service. This needs to be post in our case. Otherwise, you will get an unknown operation exception, and you will be wondering why. Just like me, most likely. Important step functions, start execution, API uses or requires post. And I don't know where we find this in the documentation. Otherwise, we get this kind of exception in the logs if you try to execute your method. So next one. Oops, that's not what I wanted. What else do we need? Integration responses, which is probably something that we need at some point. It is not required, so this one is going to be to do. Sorry. Pass-through behavior. We probably want. There are like 3 different ways to do it. Is that not? Here we go. I think we want either never or when no match, I think. So then we have a request parameters. The request parameters that API gateway sends with the backend request specify request parameters as key value pairs. So this is going to be, in our case, remember we want to do get / unsubscribe !, email equals whatever. So we have to use something like email here and then true, according to the documentation. So map of strings, string to string mappings. Wait, string to string? They need to use integration.request.location.name. So this dot vary string. I think like so. Maybe, I hope. Why is it not? specify the request parameters that the API gateway sends to the backend request. One name is a valid unique parameter. So, is this the right one that I want to look at? I'm not sure about this one. It might be that we can just say integration request. No, we want body, right? Yeah. Queries where location is. Oh, we do not need this, I think, because our backend actually just receives. It just receives the query, the body. We're integrating with step functions. So I don't think we need this. That's probably the wrong one. We do want a request template, if I remember correctly. This is going to be application/JSON, because that's the part that we're going to send to the backend, to our step function. And in this case, it's going to look similar to this, pretty much. This here is, what do you call these? The VCL language. VTL, sorry, velocity template language. And if you look for these, you find documentation right here, and how to use it very, very limitedly, and examples very, very limitedly. But you could, for example, access the context and the authorizer. You can, here's the input path, input stuff, and somewhere it says you can also access the body as a raw string. You can also parse it and actually get, like, for example, the pets inside of the JSON body, and so on. That's the documentation on that, but it is very, very powerful, I think, but it's also fairly complicated, and I have not found any good way to test this and, like, to actually develop it without actually deploying and then fiddling around with it. I think this should be all right, if I remember correctly. So, what else do we need? Strings. So it's going to pick out depending on the content type. But if your client does not actually send a content type, it's just going to assume it's going to be application/JSON. And that's what we're using, in fact. Yeah. So we'll always just use application/JSON because we only have one defined. Next up is the type. And for type, we're going to take, is it AWS? Yeah, it is. Okay. This means we are integrating with another AWS service. Next up, we have a URI. I don't think we need that one. Yeah, this is if we're proxying or integrating with a different API publicly on the internet, for example, then we could specify this URI property, but we don't need it, I think, in this case. We're not done yet, I think. I think we're missing stuff. We have address responses. Method response. Which we also need to override. So far we have something that receives a GET request and actually calls our backend. Oh, we still need integration response. Huh. Also integration. Isn't there? Through. Oh, wait. We do need you, I think. This one is going to be... Take a quick look at serverless patterns. In here we see Sam using AWS API gateway and SQS step functions. There we go. So step functions, gateway to step function. This one. And in here, so share this with you as well. In here, so we see some documentation, some role stuff. We see the API. And this is I did take a lot from right there. I think method response we still need. Yeah, here we go. So our request template is going to look slightly more complicated. Request template, there we go. Let's copy this over. Request template is going to look more like this. So, oh man. So what we do want is basically this, but this needs to be the part right here. The problem is, this is actually a stringified JSON, unfortunately. So what we need to do, I think, is something like backslash, and then we write email right there. Then we say colon, and then we say, oh, and I also need the parenthesis. It's a stringified JSON, unfortunately. And right here we take pretty much this, if I remember correctly. So, the problem being, writing it inside of there is pretty annoying. So what we can instead do is something like this: $set up here, and then we say $email is equal to this value. Again, this is VTL, velocity. Can remove this. It's going to pick out from the query string the email, then escape it, just in case somebody wants to do an injection attack or something. Never a bad idea. And then we write it into the variable $email. And inside of our input, which is now a string of an escaped JSON, which has an email property and currently an empty value, empty string value, we can write $email right there, and that should put in this variable inside of this input. For the state machine ARN, we however use unsubscribe SFN, which is our step function, like there, that we have already deployed, and that we know that works. All right. Let me move this one to the top. And this one as well. There is still something missing. We still haven't defined that we actually want to use start execution, step function start execution. I think this is part of the URI, remember? Yeah. Okay. So can just copy that over. So the URI is going to be pretty much this. This is a very, very special format. It's going to be ARN, AWS API gateway, then the region, and then to which service we want to actually connect, and then what action we want to invoke. I think this is part of the documentation in here. I just skipped over it, unfortunately. Yeah, here we go. If you specify URI, if you specify AWS for the type property, which we do because we want to integrate with an AWS service on the backend, that follows this form: ARN, AWS, AP gateway, then the region, then a subdomain like states for step functions or lambda for a lambda function, dot the service or the action that we want to invoke on the service. For example, for lambda, this is looking like ARN, AWS, API gateway, region, lambda path, lambda colon path, and then the actual path. So, and in our case, it looks like this, which we can get here from this pattern. It's right there. Right. So we have that specified. We also have specified how we actually are going to call the API itself. What is missing now? I think we have like the direction to the API is done, but the direction back from the API is not done. The responses. This is actually something that I am not quite as sure just yet how to do. Let's remove these two. So we do not actually receive a response, by the way, from state machines for some functions, because we are not using express workflows. We are using the standard workflow from step functions, in which case we can only call it asynchronously, and we cannot wait for a response at this point. But we could if we wanted to. So request templates, I think, is going to be one part that we want to look into. I think this is what we are writing currently, right? Or was it this one? This one. Yeah. So, no, not request, but response template. Response template? There is no response template in here. Interesting. Is there anything about response here? Integration responses. The response that API gateway provides after a method's backend completes processing a request. API gateway intercepts the response from the backend so that you can control how API gateway surfaces backend responses. For example, you can remap the backend status codes to codes that you define. This is what we need. Did I already specify this up there? Yeah, I did. So, in here, I think we again want seriously? Does it look like that? How does this look like? So we have content handling, we have response values. Switch to the YAML. Specifies the response that API gateway sends after a method's backend finishes processing a request. In our case, it's calling it asynchronously, so it didn't really finish it. Can we shoot the bug? And also be back in just a minute. Here. Just taking a short break. And back we are. Because I was on T. Alright. This is now going to be interesting. What we need. So we have our app integration response. Yeah, there we go. And in here we want so this is going to be interesting. We now have to do the following. This is the part where we provide our static HTML. And it is also the part, so that's probably going to go into response templates right here. And it is also the part where we have to set the correct header, unfortunately. And this remapping is going to be interesting. Status code selection pattern, not necessary. We do need this dude here. In fact, I think we can just do... How do we do this? So I do have this. I did make it work yesterday. So let me just take a quick view. What we have here is, if we go in, we have the integration response. That is content handling pass-through, mapping templates. It has application/JSON, and there's just the JSON, and there it just provides the... Oh, I get a call. Give me a second. Sorry about that. All right. So inside of here, we want to write our HTML. For that, I will just copy over the HTML from somewhere. Where did I put it? Didn't I write this already? Yeah, right there. Very good. Like so. Oops. That's not working. And I think this is like a file now in terms of YAML. I'm not a pro in YAML, but I think this is basically a file. So this is just a static response that we want to send back to the client. This is now going to be the wrong content type, so the browser cannot really read it. So we still have to somehow switch over from application/JSON to text/HTML, which is a content type that browsers can read and then display a website in response to it. So where do we do that? Inside of header mappings, apparently. How do we define that part? Let's go to integration response once more. We have response parameters, content handling. Content handling is something different. response parameters. The response parameters from the backend response that API gateway sends to the method response. Specify response parameters as key value pairs. String to string mappings. So is this going to be like the place where we say HTML world mapping? Let's go back here. And there we define the mapping from any content type, in fact, to this one. So I guess I just do something like this, maybe. Content type, empty string. Destination must be an existing response parameter in the method response property. Response model, response parameters. There might be a way to find this out by exporting. Where do we export? Settings. Where's the export button for REST APIs? Do they not allow that? Gateway responses? No. Can we do this? No, only delete. Edit the documentation. Also no. Export AWS API gateway REST API to Swagger to OpenAPI. There should be a way. We just need to find the right button. Once you created it using the AWS console or something like this. Using the API gateway console. There should be a way. Apparently there's a, under stage configuration, there is a export tab. Stages. Dev. Export, there we go. This one. Inside of here we hopefully see stuff. So inside of here we see request templates, which looks fairly similar, except that it has additionally escaped it once more. We also see, hey Vio, good to see you, how are you doing? We see the HTTP here, we see responses default, URI, the role, responses, description, content type, He doesn't describe it the way that I wanted to. So we somehow have to fiddle around with it ourselves. Unfortunately. But I'm currently trying to... You watch 3D printers. Oh, sweet. It is interesting how they step by step start to build the thing that you want, right? I've only seen videos of it, but I would like to see it in real life at some point. How do we do this remapping here? Response headers for 200. Response body. Integration. Request templates. There no. Only this one, huh? Where are we here? This command. It's the integration response. It's the same one. Okay. Response template, response parameters. Response parameters. As key value pairs. The destination must be an existing response parameter in the method response property. Method response is a property in AWS API gateway. How did we see that? Oh, it's not listed. Would you look at that? Oh, I'm in the wrong one. Ha! Method. There we go. We have request models, we have request parameters, we have method responses. Like there. So, oh boy. It's so much code by now. Integration response we have mapped to a content type empty now. Then we need to, Jesus Christ, find the right indentation, which is this level. Then we can say method response. How do method responses look like? Request model, method responses. A list of method responses. So it is a list, so I can at least do this. It's an array now. I think we also need request models to be, no, not you, but instead we are going to take text/html, which is going to reference empty. Empty. Okay, that's how you write it. Empty. What are you printing? And for what exactly? Request models. Wait, where was I? Method response is what I want to look at this point. There's all of the others. Yeah. Method response. We have response models, which is in our case HTML empty, so that it just passes it through, I think. And response value, response parameters. Response parameters that API gateway sends to the client that called a method. I think that's what we need. Response parameters. Did I put this in the wrong place? It should be inside of here, right? if I remember correctly. We are within method responses, then request models is a property on here. No, it's not. Oh, it's response models, that's why. Response models. So, status code required? Yeah, status code is required. Status code is going to be 200. And then this response parameters is going to be method.response.header.name, where name is a valid unique header name. So this is going to be content type. And it is going to be a boolean. True. So are we going to instead up here say, well, I think we need to do this. Text/HTML, and we need the ticks for whatever reason. I don't know why. So, oh boy. When this comes back from step function, if we look at it, the path this from here now going this way. That's the stuff that we're currently configuring. We first have this integration response, which is this part, which is, I think, is it an array? Is it an array? Integration responses is an array indeed. Yeah. So integration responses is going to be shifted ever so slightly, like so. Like so. No, so. Wait, no. Like so. Yes. And also the response template is going to be moved to there. And then I think we are missing status code. Status code 200. So when this comes in here, we are setting the content type header to text/HTML instead. Override the complete payload with just static HTML. Then pass everything to the method response. The method response now sees it's text HTML and then sends it to the front end. I hope. Oh boy, wow, this is this is something. This one doesn't have a value, unfortunately. So it might be wrong. Maybe we need to remove the value there. The way I learned about all of this is API gateway. What did I Google exactly? Return static. Yeah, there. How to return, I think this one. It was exemplifying it using a lambda function. also nice. And here we have the method response, which now has content type and no model, or empty. And the integration response, which says something like content type text/HTML, which I do not have set, interestingly. Interesting. And then it overrides the content type. They use content type text/HTML, however. We might need to do that as well. I'm not 100% sure. All right. So now here's the thing. Let's duplicate everything like so. We duplicate the route and the method for me to not destroy the code that I already have online. And once we have it working, we just override using code the stuff that is online. That is, I think, the better way to do it. So sam build and deploy. Response templates. That's wrong. That looks wrong. This is not application/JSON. Text/HTML. Doesn't override it right here. I think the stuff that I have deployed is still wrong. Or at least not fully. Oh. Fail to create, change that for the stack. Waiter, change that, create. Complete failed. Waiter encountered the terminal failure state for expression status. We matched blah blah. Apparently for request parameters null is not allowed. Oh, I think we have that. Unsubscribe. Unsubscribe to. What was it? Just now. We do need this right here. So our unsubscribe should take a request parameter, a query string which is email. Where do we have to put this? On properties directly. Okay. Yeah, it's not part of the integration, it is part of this first step here of, let me go back, of this part, I think. There it says query string email. That's going to be important for when we actually try to validate it, I think. So let's try that again. Ooh, man, this is a hard one. A hard nut to crack. Failed. What failed? Invalid template resource properties. What? Oh, this one probably. No, wait. That's a different one. Wait, here. There we go. There, I messed up the capitalization for our unsubscribe method 2. Sam validate. Maybe this one is quicker. Okay, seems to be valid. Build, deploy. Wow, man, that one was... I mean, we're not done yet. But if it works, I'm very, very happy. I fear that we do have to change the method parameters, the content type somewhere, like here and maybe there. I'm not sure what applies first of these two. Whether it first rewrites the content type or whether it first rewrites the template. Depending on that, this might not match anymore. Failed. Template error. Ah, we forgot to add a role. This one should work. Here we go. Just double check everything quickly. So if we use AWS IAM role and we go to outputs, return values, the ref refers to the logical ID, so the name, and not to the ARN. We want to provide the ARN, so we need to use get attribute. Okay. Do that again. And this role was already set up. We know it has the right permissions because we already have had like the right setup, but for a HTTP API, not for HTTP REST, not for REST API. Sorry. Oh yeah. This is really a tough one. This looks alright. Let's do it. And hopefully it works. It failed. Value of property response template must be an object with string or simple types. Properties. Response template. Oh. Response templates. Is that the only one that we have in here? Yeah. Let's check the one again. So, is it not the map? Value of property must be an object with string. What does this exactly do? YAML type minus. It's a multi-line string apparently. Use array, or what is this called? This bracket. Most of the time interior line breaks are stripped out, although you get one at the end. Use pipe if you want those line breaks to be preserved. Is \ends. We don't care about those. But why do we have like a minus in front of it? We just want this, huh? Yeah. Use greater minus or pipe minus instead if you don't want a line break appended at the end. Ah, okay, that's what it does. Why is this not correct? Templates. Response template is not in here. Integration response templates is string to string maps. Or was it still doing stuff? That took quite a while. We might be able to speed things up ever so slightly by first doing this. SAMDB BD. This way we at least deploy this resource. while we're trying to figure out how to use response templates correctly. Templates. Do we have it in our example? Did I share that? Response template, request template. Response templates is an object with application JSON colon, in this case empty string. Yeah, do it. Ah, it's not an array. That's why. Like so, I think. Man, that's a big one. So yeah, that looks like a string now. Save. Some validate first. And some build and some deploy. And this one should work. Question stays, will these content types work? We will see. Man, this is again, it's a tough nut. REST APIs have a lot of functionality and we're actually using a lot of it currently. We still have to add a validation to it, by the way. Parameters only validation so that the email is actually being checked. But we have not done that just yet. And other than that, yeah, we use a lot of transformation to just make it so that at the end we actually get a static JSON, even though this content type is completely wrong. It's being overwritten again on the next level. Man, complicated. That's super complicated. Response status for 200. Yeah. So I'm fairly positive that this method response, this here, is correct, that we have the same settings as we have in here, because I know this one worked. We have the content type as a header, which we do with method responses, response parameters, then method response header content type included, whatever comes back. And then as a response model, we have text HTML. We set it to empty model. I think otherwise it won't forward it, whatever is coming from the backend, or from the step before that, which is this step down here. Here we pretty much completely override the response from the backend, because that is not useful. That's not a useful response. And then just return a static HTML, even though it says content type application/JSON. We do override the content type again up here with something. Interestingly, I do not have it set up here, but I'm fairly sure it worked. It failed again, damn it. Method already exists for this resource. Did I forgot? I think I forgot to change the route. Yeah, I forgot. Here we go. No, do that again. Simple deploy. I tried to deploy this method to the wrong resource, which is this one, but it already exists, so it complained to me. This time I took the duplicate that we created for testing. Man, this is a rough one. I cannot overstate it. The amount of complexity here is I don't know. If I would need to do this in like a real project, I'm not sure whether I actually want this in the current way. Or whether it's just simpler to add a Lambda function in between our API gateway and the step function, and just handle it on that level, because I think that makes it simpler. The Lambda function can just return a static HTML, and in turn also internally also call the step function, so the step function does its job. It's slightly more expensive in terms of actually running it, but the amount of time that I've already spent on trying to build this probably is more expensive for most companies. Invalid mapping expression specified. Validation result. Warning. Did it work? No, it errored. Warnings. Empty, errors, invalid mapping expression specified, content type. Invalid mapping expression specified, content type. On which level is it? We have like several content types now. Find the right one. Maybe that one. Maybe that one. What is it? Does it say exactly? Invalid mapping expression specified. Mapping expression. Mapping expression. That one? I have no idea, so all that's left in this case is, I think, guessing, trying. You have to go. Oh, thank you so much for the bits. All right. Hope you have a great day. Thanks for hanging out. It was a pleasure to have you here again. Always great to see faces again. Going back in. It was a bit of a rough stream today, I gotta admit. Or it is a bit of a rough stream today. I'm trying to I try to make it as visible as possible by like drawing this, but Jesus Christ, look at it. Look at it. And I didn't even draw everything, so that didn't work, by the way. Mapping expression missing source or destination. Mapping source or destination. Did we miss anything from the other ones? Maybe let's look at the one for, I don't know. We do have one for subscribed. Gonna call a method. There it is. Okay. So we have authorization type, we have that. We have HTTP method, we have request model. Do we have that? We do not. But we do not have a response body. So instead of request models, we have request parameters, I think. Yeah, there we go. So that is okay-ish. We do not have a validator at this point. Method responses we do have. It has a status code. Let's just move that up to the top. We have response model. Text HTML empty. We have response parameters, content type. Then we have our integration. We have the resource ID and we have the resource API, which we do have up here. And then the important part probably being our integration. Ooh. Pass-through behavior when no template. Do we have that? We were on that one, I think. Yeah, we want that one. When there is no template whatsoever, then it should just pass the raw request from the front end to the back end. In fact, I think we can set this to never, because we always override it, but nevertheless. So, but there is at least one template defined right here, so that should be all right. This one I'm fairly sure is correctish. Let's maybe look at it once more inside of this dude here. Yeah, that one looks correct. Except that we, of course, do not hardcode the state machine error. Then come the integration responses. In here we have response parameters. We have response code. Let's switch those up. And then we have the response template. Missing source or destination. I have no idea what this is supposed to mean. Missing source or destination. Oh, Jesus. Or destination. Then we just remove all the rest, and then we can throw this inside of Google. Request parameters returning. Invalid mapping expression. Not quite. Where's the error? You don't get that one. Oh boy. Do we have anything else in the error message? Doesn't seem to be too useful. Maybe we find more inside of. If we go to CloudFormation. Oh no, that's Cloud SCS. HSM. Let's see CloudFormation. CFM. Maybe we see more in terms of errors, but I doubt it. Invalid mapping expression specified. Mapping expression missing source or destination. Yeah, it doesn't say anything else. What kind of source or destination? Response template. Source. No. Destination. Response parameters. Use the destinations. The response parameters from the backend. Do we use this? I think we do, right? Yeah, right there. The response parameters from the backend response that API gateway sends to the method response. Specify response parameters as key value pairs, string to string mappings. Use the destination as the key. Wait, what? The destination must be an existing method parameter in the method response property. Ah, so probably this needs to be something like this again. Right? Maybe? Did I take this one? Yeah. So it must be an existing response parameter in the method response. Response parameter, and they need to have this format. Okay, so I think we need to use this format right there. And then we do it again. Because what other choice do we have? It's not like we can figure it out otherwise. Because this one definitely looks differently. This is the Open API definition, by the way. Yeah. Here it says headers, content type string. We do not really override the HTML, the response, interestingly. Why is it working? So let's deploy and see whether it works. Maybe, maybe not. Let me switch on the lights in the meantime. Oh, would you look at that? It's green. Maybe we did it. Let's go into the API gateway. In here we have, if I refresh, we should see a new resource right there. We have a GET request, which receives an email query string. It then integrates with an AWS service in the region US East 1. It is step function. It calls start execution and it has to use post, otherwise step functions cannot be invoked. Because internally this is also just an HTTP request that API gateway is doing to some other service. I think in this case it's like states dot something internal AWS service API or something. The role is going to be this: do not cache anything, pass through content handling. We do not have any path parameters. We do not have any query string parameters. We do not have any headers. We do, however, have a mapping template. Whenever there are no templates defined, it's going to be passed through, but we do have one. And inside of here, you actually have to click on it and then it opens something on the bottom. bad UX. In here we see it gets using vector, a velocity template language. It takes the email string parameter, the query parameter from the request that it is coming in. It then puts or returns a JSON. Let's zoom in a bit. It returns a JSON that has an input property and a state machine ARN. This is the syntax that you need to use if you want to call the step functions start execution API. So in here you see it has an input property, it has a state machine ARN property, and both are strings. That's exactly what we provide here. State machine is just the value, which was injected using SAM or CloudFormation for that matter. And then the input, however, is we hard-coded basically a stringified JSON. So this is a stringified JSON. You see here the brackets start and brackets end. It has in itself an email property, and it fills in the email that is coming from the query string parameter, which gets extracted here using velocity. And this is the input that is actually passed into our workflow, into our state machine, our step function. So that looks alright-ish. Let's zoom out here a bit. Now, when this comes back, other than that, let's take a quick look at this one here. It needs to have an email apparently, and it is required. Apparently we still have to configure the request validator. Good that it, great that it warns us. Other than that, we do not have anything. Very good. Now, this is the direction into our service. This invokes step functions, our workflow, so to unsubscribe, and then things come back. In our case, it's not going to actually be the response that step function produces after it finishes. It's just a I started executing, everything is cool. So, and this now comes back first into the integration response transformation, I don't know how you call this, and then into the method response, and then it's going to be returned to the client. And inside of here, we have more mappings. In particular, we map to the content type text./HTML, but because we want, in fact, return this static HTML. I'm not sure about this content type here. We may need to change it at some point. So this gets then the static HTML together with its content type text HTML should get returned to the method response. The method response sees, oh, it succeeded. Set the content type to text/HTML and do not validate anything. Then it returns it, and we should be good. Let's try this. So there's one way to test this internally. We can call this get, and it can just say email equals, well, let's just say hi for now. And then I can click down below here. I can say test this. Hopefully it works. I will do this off screen, however, because there is some security headers that are gonna be shown. Like so. And indeed, so internally, hopefully I don't talk too much. We see response body is indeed our HTML. We see the header is now content type and array apparently. Not sure why it's an array. Not sure why it's an array. It says text/HTML. Then we have XAML blah blah blah. And then we see also more logs down below. I will clean those up and then share them with you. Let me move this and move that and take all of this. So, and then let me just remove the security token. So, anything else? No, I think that's it. All right, share this with you again. So in the logs, what do we see? We see, well, this is the execution log for the request with this globally unique ID. It's starting execution for this request. We have HTTP method get to/unsubscribe to. The method request path is just empty. The method request string is email equals hi. Very good. The request headers is empty in this case because it's a get request. And method request body before the transformation is also empty. On the get request, you do not have a method request body. So yeah. Then it tried to call HTTP states US East 1 Amazonas.com/action is start execution. So internally, it's doing an HTTP request to this URI apparently, and sends some authorization. Also our API gateway ID, and it sends it with the following body, which is input, and then a stringified our stringified JSON, which contains the email. This is the part which we pass to our state function, and in this case it has indeed injected the hi from the email, which is exactly what we wanted, and then it's calling this unsubscribe. We do receive 200, which just says I started. It doesn't say anything about the state machine in itself. I think the state machine actually failed. If we go into the functions, we should see that unsubscribe has indeed failed at 6:48, which is 3 minutes ago. And if we look at this, we see exception, bad request exception. Email address hi is invalid. So it did indeed call our API with the right stuff, except that we provided an invalid email address in this case. So that's good. That's one direction done. Now we need to go into the other direction. Like back from the backend. From here, down this way, back to the client. And for that, so we receive a response. It says status 200. And then it has also some headers apparently. The request ID, application, content type is actually application/xamzjson. And we did see this exposed the other day when we just received, or when we just used HTTP API and we received the response from step functions. And indeed, we saw this as well as the response body, like here. So we saw exactly this. Now, then it starts doing the transformation. So method response body after transformation is this JSON, HTML. And then we also set the response header to be content type text/HTML, and that's it. I think we did it. Can you believe it? Let's try it like so. We go to /unsubscribe to / email equals TypeScript ttime@gmail.com. So let me share this for you. So that's the URL that we're calling. Dev unsubscribe to. Dev is the stage name. Unsubscribe to is the request name. The browser, if you just put something in the address bar, it's going to be a get request. So that's our method. And then we see our parameter email equals TypeScript ttime@gmail.com. Let's see whether it works or whether we get a kind of error. We are missing authentication token. I think what we need to do is actually deploy our API again. So if I go to resources and I go to actions, I can deploy API, dev, deploy, or deploy. That's a weird pronunciation. And indeed, we did not deploy just yet. It would be nice if we can like auto deploy. Is there something on AWS API gateway deployment? Can we auto deploy? Auto deploy? Nope. AWS SAM REST API auto deploy. Nope. Yeah, there's the button. Ah, that's a nice definition from the CDK. API gateway deployments are an immutable snapshot of the API. So deployment is just a bad name. Or stage. It's also a bad name. The question is, how do we automate the actual deployment? Because I don't want to go inside and click this button again and again. We also have stages. So yeah. My diagram is slightly off in that case. Stage is again something different. But can we use stages to auto deploy? Let's see. Auto. No, nothing. That's too bad. Stage name, REST API name, method settings. How do we actually auto deploy this? Anyway, going back, I think at some point we received missing authentication token. If we do this again, we did it! Oh my goodness! Oh. And we should also see now, inside of our step function, unsubscribe, there it is, look at it, it says success. 57, that was just now. And we see delete contact, it received as input typescripttime@gmail.com, it deleted the contact and then ended. We did it! Isn't that something? Man, that is so freaking much code and configuration to get all of this fun stuff running. We need one more thing, which is a validator. Apparently I already deployed a validator for the request validation. So this uses the type AWS API Gateway Request Validator. I'm not sure, maybe there are actually default ones which we could use, but I don't know, fortunately. Where do we use you? Maybe if we go to... So, first of all, good job. We codified a very, very hard problem. And now we can change it fairly easily. It's still kind of hard to understand what's actually going on, to be honest. I mean, first it hits this. Basically, this is step 1. This is in terms of this dude, it's the method request. Then we have step 2, the integration request, which in and of itself includes, I think, this one is the actual step 2 integration request. Well, mapping template. I think that's what it's called. Then we have step 3. This is the integration response, including mapping template and headers. And we finally have step 4, the method response. Is that the right name? Yeah, the method response, which does another, which determines what's actually being returned finally. Dude, this was so much. And this is now, well, it's documented. API endpoint get / unsubscribe. At this point currently unsubscribe to email equals my email gmail at example at hello, hello at example.com. Unsubscribe from the newsletter. That's definitely true. I want to use some more. It invokes the unsubscribe step function state machine and returns a static HTML page to the client with content type, or with header content type text.html. That's what it does, and this is all the code that we needed. It's not simple. Let's be perfectly frank here. It is not simple. It is far from simple, to be honest. But I'm happy that we were able to actually get this one running. And I do want to stage you. And what else do I need? After changing the code, don't forget to redeploy the API. The API gateway deployment. I'm not sure, maybe there's a way to do this via SAM, but I don't know. It would be an interesting thing to find out. Okay. Whew. So here's one thing. Currently we can, I think, call this without an actual email. Yeah. We now generated an error inside of our step function because the string is empty. Yeah, email address is empty. Cannot be empty, apparently. So we want to fix that as well. And to do that, we need to we need to use a validator, and we do already have a validator parameters. And that's, I think, where I kind of stopped. I wanted to look into this dude, and whether there are like pre-built validators that we can use. Are there no inbuilt AWS API gateway inbuilt validators? At least not obviously. No, they define their own validators right here. So I suppose we do that as well. And we did already. So all we need to do, I think, is go to our unsubscribe to, like here, and then say, well, when this comes in, we also want to have request validators or something like this, and it should be request parameters validator. And that's it. At the request, including validation of the query string parameters. SAM-bd, build, deploy, and then we should be good. Yeah, sweet. Yeah. Wow, that was a big one here. So next steps, cleaning this up. First of all, staging and committing. First of all. Yes, we want to redeploy you. Then we clean this bad boy up. And then I think we're good for today. We did indeed handle a couple of things now. We have request body validation. We did that. Currently we're still doing it on the workflow, but we do that. In fact, I have it in subscribe. I just came up with something for optics. Did I say anything that gave you an idea? Glad I could help. Yeah, if you want, please tell us more. Very, very, very interested in what you're building. I like that you're tinkering with stuff and doing mechatronics. Actual things with your hands. My father was very, very active on that front as well. Recently, I don't think he's building as much, but it was always very, very interesting seeing him like welding stuff together and whatnot. Soldering, or soldering, is that how you pronounce it? Or flexing things off of other stuff. What else? I think we have newsletter following the unsub link downloads the JSON response, should open HTML page. We fixed that one. Proper subscribe response, that's the same. And yeah, we fixed kind of all 4 of these. Now, we just have to clean up stuff. So let's see whether our validation now explodes. It doesn't. We have not redeployed again. How do I redeploy this manually? Def, do it. So this will take a minute. We can already stage. We can already, I don't know. Should I put you inside of there as well? I thought print lens spacer adapters. That's one thing that I don't know. Lens spacer adapter. Like a ring that you fit between 2 lenses, I suppose. This one looks fairly plain. This is already fairly complicated doing all of this, and also inside. So there's already definitely some modeling to be done. I came up with printing the screen spacer adapter. The other side of the stick. Okay, what kind of thing are you building? That's like a selfie stick? Listening to something like this? No. Or magnifier? Which is interesting in and of itself, right? It sounds simple, but try to build it and you're like, oh, I have no idea. Did it redeploy already? There we go, missing request parameters. Email. Nice. It would be nice if we could also so this was the old one. If we could specify more precisely how the template needs to, the email needs to look like, but I'm not exactly sure where we actually do this. I want to close you. I think we can leave it at just that. I can also call you. You should work. That's actually the wrong. Yeah, unsubscribe too. Worked. Okay, very good. Stage you as well. And then we can say kind of work in progress. Needs deploy REST API. Do lots of transformation to work with. Hey Homeless, good to see you. We were just about, we just did the thing. Man, we did the thing. You know what I mean? You have a good business idea. For me, you can also have a good business idea for you. But let's hear it. To work with API, with step function, and return static HTML on unsubscribe. Create a machine learning app that can build a website in 5 minutes. Client just needs to add text and images. That's interesting. That's like interesting. Is there something like out there? That's probably the thing that you're building, right? Yeah, okay. That is not the machine learning app that can build a website in 5 minutes. I mean, what does Wix do? A free website builder? Automatic? Is there something? Wix automations? No, probably not that. But I would assume it would be in their business model. Wix, if you have not heard of them, it's a website builder. They also do a lot of stuff in terms of contributing to TypeScript, if I remember correctly, or at least to open source. A lot of stuff you see actually comes from Wix. Maybe it was React, maybe it was TypeScript. I don't quite remember which one. But with them, you can pretty much build a website like landing page stuff and so on. And I would assume like a landing page automatic landing page generator. HubSpot also does kind of this stuff. Unbounced landing page builder and platform. Yeah, but it's an interesting idea. Stereo costs, domain EU, website builder, all forums, hub, blog, etc. and 1 year hosting. Yeah, it's an interesting one. It's definitely an interesting one. It's probably also way out of my scope. And you need to have proper CSS skills. My landing pages look terrible. Not to say that I couldn't build it. Oh, sorry, that was a message from Rio, not from Homeless. Is that the pricing of Wix, or what are you referring to? So, the one you shared is these, what did you call them? Lens spacer adapters? But you came up with printing the screen spacer adapters instead. Interesting. I'm not exactly sure. Ah, there's the lens. I see it. Oh, that's $50. And you just print them yourself. That's pretty cool. Let me see some others. Ah, that's just a box. That's just the box for the actual lens. I see. So the actual lens is the one on the right. Great. Nice. Yeah. I have one from Hostido PL. PAS Poland. I cannot read it, unfortunately. Do they allow to translate? Yeah, I can use Google Translate. Uncompromising, ultra-fast hosting for you. Domain registration only $9.99. Renewal. Oh, renewal is the one where they get the money from you. But yeah, business card, partner program, hosting migration, technology, checkout or solutions, direct admin. You You gotta love Google Translate for just doing all of this automatically, right? Interesting. Cool. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, the scope is a bit large, gotta admit. for at least for me alone, it's quite large. Even the prototype, generating stuff automatically, and I'm not averse to the idea. Absolutely no. I thank you for sharing, Homeless, for the idea. But seeing the chances of actually getting all of that one running, that's more complicated, I think. It's probably more complicated. There are, if you look at Fiverr, seriously, I think, Homeless, you talked about Fiverr and that the service is not that great. But if you want to have a landing page, seriously, you get one for $21. And probably it even works. Supposedly. So, yeah. But yes, it has $5 for a landing page. Now it's 21. You refer to what was it called? Hostido PL. Yeah. I mean, hosting is still a bit more, right? But still. And it's also not hard to build something with Wix if you get slightly into it. I think most people on oh no, never ever. I did reach out to a recruiter today. Pricing is slightly different. So I did notify them. They are the one recruiter that I notified. They have like now 3 months to find me a job, and basically they come up immediately with an idea. Pricing is very different from $21 an hour. Veer.eu. Hey, that's nice. That's very nice. Yeah. Shall we take a look at Veer's website? It doesn't recognize it as Polish. If you write HTML lang PL here, maybe I'm not 100% sure, but it might automatically suggest other people to automatically translate if you want that feature. If not, that's also fine. If you only want to be like specific to oh, this is Danish. Sorry, this is Danish, right? This is not Polish. Yeah, it looks Danish. Det ud I livet. Something lives. Du is you. I learned a bit of Swedish. My brother is actually living in Sweden, so. Dit behave this one behaves, or this behaves. Opfindelsen. Moder. Maybe moder is modern? I don't know. The left bar is in English. Oh yeah, it is. Interesting. I think most Danish people can actually speak English very well, right? This one was made in 2 minutes? You gotta be kidding me. Seriously? Just coming up with all this text would probably take me longer. Toolbox. VOEU Mechatronics. Hey, that's nice. That's pretty cool. I like it. So you're selling your own mechatronic stuff that you 3D printed. That's pretty rad. I like it. That's pretty cool. What G? Is it a GOR or is it a G? Wie ook informatief marketsvoering. Or for voering. I think it's forwarding, if I remember correctly. Ah, this is a O. Is this an Ö? I make it for front only. Oh, wow. Yeah. All right, Os. I may send you a request on LinkedIn later, even though we are in completely different spaces. You never know. You never know, right? You never know. Yeah, building something with Wix is also not that hard. I gotta say. I think I did build one thing. Then again, I'm not good at it. And you might be able to see. I mean, landing pages always look the same, right? They always have this format here, pretty much, and it's always a single page app, because I think that's very good for search engine optimization, like having the pricing models down there and so on, and what your services, and always include what other people say. Testimonies. I mean, this one, the Wix web landing page is a landing page in itself. In and of itself. Yeah, anyway. We did just now finish our second API endpoint. So, let's check this out. I now have a GET request to my API /dev /unsubscribe to. We will fix it to 1 question mark. I can say email TypeScript tea time, and I can send this, and it says you are now unsubscribed. But internally, it's also invoking a AWS step function to actually unsubscribe us. In this case, it says succeed. It did receive the email typescripttime.com. It did already, because I'm not subscribed anymore, it also says this one errored with SESV2, not found exception, and then it goes into this catch state, so that we actually see a execution succeeded. And getting this redirect, so integrating on the one hand a GET request with a POST request on the integration part was already some work to do, but we already had that basically. But getting back a web page with the corresponding request headers, what we did was actually fairly complicated. We switched over from HTTP API, which is one of the 2 versions of having like HTTP request handled on Amazon API Gateway. We switched over from HTTP API, which is a simple version, to REST API. REST API is way more complicated. I cannot understate this. It's way more complicated. What we deployed is, we have a REST API in and of itself. We have a corresponding deployment, which we currently have to manually retrigger, unfortunately. We have resources. These are the paths, like subscribe, unsubscribe in our case. Normally you would have something like /subscription and so on. We have corresponding methods attached to it, like get and then /subscribe, or get /unsubscribe in our case, or post /subscription. And this configures all of the other stuff. In particular, it configures the integration with the backend step function. It, however, also does the remapping to HTML, so that we have a static HTML that we finally are able to just return. Maybe I go into this one again. We also have validation on that one, and more stuff. So there are a couple of things, and at the end, all that we want to do is unsubscribe and then render a static HTTP request. It costs more than the other one, the HTTP API, but it's still, pricing is still okay. In particular for our use case, we will pretty much not get any costs whatsoever. API gateway pricing, but it is always a good question. So we do have a free tier of 1 million API calls received for REST APIs. REST APIs being, in this case, I think the actual REST API that we are using. We also have 1 million API calls for HTTP APIs and 1 million messages and 7,500 connection minutes if we use WebSockets. So we need to get 1 million API calls. And for a newsletter subscription service, that's not something that you reach so easily. If you have 500,000, yeah, in particular for a subscription service, that's just ridiculous. We would really need to be like attacked to have any cost whatsoever, and even after that, I think it's fairly worth its price. So you pay per million requests, and I think you also pay per gigabyte of outgoing stuff, of outgoing data, which in our case is just this very, very simple HTML that we have defined here. Come on. And it says application JSON, ignore that. But it's this. So for HTTP APIs, it's one, I think this is HTTP API, yeah, which has less features. We use REST APIs because we want to have validation, and we have 2 versions of transformations on our way. Remember when we did the get unsubscribe, we had an ugly, because it's using the query string parameters, we had a very, very ugly workaround where we nested a JSON inside of the query string parameter. Instead of just having the email equal something. So we get around, on the one hand, so we can get this transformation done properly so that we have the integration with the step functions and a nice URL. We also have a transformation on outgoing, so we can attach a static. We could also have a non-static response, but in our case we just use a static HTML response. Everything worked, done, independent of whether the step function actually succeeded or not. And we also use validation, all of which I don't think are possible using HTTP APIs, or at least to a more limited degree, in particular the one with integration. I think that is still partially possible on HTTP APIs, but not as possible, not as flexible. For REST APIs, way more complicated, more pricey. You pay $350 per million. And also I think in Frankfurt, or $370 in fact. So it's more expensive in Europe. At least in Germany. So that's slightly more expensive. It is also way more... Oh wow. Oh wow. The euro actually went down a lot. That's a lot. Fortunately, all of my stocks are currency hedged. Or the funds that I'm invested in. They're currency hedged. So here we pay more. It is way more complicated to set up. Seriously, way more complicated. We now have, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different objects that we define in our template. If we look for AWS : API gateway, we see currently 11. I think I have 1 or 2 things are duplicated. With HTTP API, I think when we go back very, very far, maybe to here? And we go to API gateway. We have none. Would you look at that? I think we had at one point we handled everything using events. Or maybe I had no. Maybe I'm in the wrong place. API gateway. Do I write this correctly? Here we go. Ah, there we go. So we have serverless HTTP API, and I think that was it. Yeah, that was completely it. Other than that, we just referenced it inside our where do we reference it actually? Email identity. Where do we reference it? How do we integrate this? Jesus. We have an events right there. Unsubscribe. Unsubscribe somehow we have to actually call these, right? Shouldn't we? We have a role. We have more roles. Where is subscribe? Where do we have the frickin' path defined? Nope. I can't find it. Would you believe it? Can you believe it? I can't find it. Well, it is way more complex. Done. And yeah, but it does come with validation, with a lot of transformations. We can write these kind of HTML stuff. We can also, we do some transformation in terms of using a template language called Velocity Template Language, which is from Apache, Velocity Template Engine. I cannot speak it, but I can speak it enough that our stuff worked. Oh no! I closed my stream manager. Let's just do it. There will be strong corrections soon. Yeah, or maybe not. Maybe this will last for. Yeah. Back in 2010, €1 was 140. Ah, we're talking about Forex now. Yeah. You gotta be properly hedged. The euro is failing because Nord Stream 2 has broken and all gas is escaping to the Moscow. Is it? Fuck. Sorry. That's not good. It's far from good, to be honest. I do not watch any kind of news anymore. It was just too frustrating. So here we use this template language to inject the email. We get it from the query string parameters and then set it into a variable, and then we can inject it into this, well, stringified JSON. And you can do more stuff with it. You can do for loops and whatnot. Fortunately, we do not need to touch that. Yeah, that's pretty much it in terms of REST API. It is complicated. Jesus. And we also, for whatever reason, we have to also manually need to redeploy this again and again and again and again. I don't know why. The other one we could just auto deploy. Cold winter is coming, no gas. It's good that I'm in Japan, A, and B, I do not heat. I actually use no heating whatsoever. I can't stand the dry air that comes from both air conditioning as well as heating. It just completely messes up my nose and my respiration system. So I'm actually like completely eco in terms of using zero. Well, of course my neighbors above me and below me have to they do use the heating, And of course, well, being close to each other, a bit of heat actually escapes into my rooms, right? I keep warm with blankets. I like actually sitting in within a blanket. Currently I also sit here with a blanket. It's fairly cold today. How much do we have? Temperature? Yeah, 14 degrees currently. But not too warm. Photovoltaic -T is probably thermal, so that you also have water heating. Yeah, that would be something. But for most people who live in an apartment complex, that's not an option, right? Because you're not the owner of the apartment complex typically. If you are, congratulations, you made it. If you're not, well, can't do much about it. So let's clean our code up. What I want to do is I want to have like number 1 instead of number 2 here. I think I have this duplicated now. I can just remove the old one, like so. And we need to reference the right one. Man, look at this unsubscribe method. This is, how many lines is this? Do you tell me? 93 lines? No. About 50 lines of configuration for our API endpoint. Unsubscribe API endpoint. Yeah. 50 lines. I mean, it's the JSON, the XML, the HTML, sorry, that is also adding 10 lines here, but still it's 40 lines of configuration, and none of these are trivial, fortunately. Well, some are, but most of these aren't. Wow, that is a rough run. I do want to reference this route instead. This might actually not work. If we do this in one single go, well, maybe it does, I don't know. Let's do it. So now we are referencing unsubscribe method. We're referencing unsubscribe method right there, like the route, the resource, the correct term. And other than that, I think we're good. That's sam bd, sam build, and sam deploy. Solar guide, solar photovoltaic, and thermal. Yeah, if I would have a house, I probably would go for that one as well, most likely. Also just for the sake of being friendly to the environment, because it is, looking at the emissions that come with it, it is way below most other stuff. It failed. Well, no, it didn't. Never mind. We're just changing one and we deleted 2 others. Let's see whether that works. We need to redeploy. While it's deploying, how to auto deploy API, AWS API gateway, REST API. It failed. I bet you it failed. It didn't? You gotta be kidding me. Why? So if we reload, this doesn't really reload for whatever reason. We see unsubscribe, we have our get endpoint, and now we should be able to, if I go to my URL here, we should be able to change this into this. So this is now, can you see it? There we go. My URL /dev, which is a stage, unsubscribes, email equals TypeScriptTime.com. And what we should see is just exactly the same page. So maybe I close it and open it right here. And we do. Very good. And what we also should see is if I go to my unsubscribe, We see an execution at 7:40. Very good, very good, very good. And it did succeed. We do see here email typescripttime@gmail.com. Very nice. If I remove my email, we should see missing query request parameter email. Very nice. I read today that Americans have a liquid that boils and creates steam at 70 degrees. I want to use it instead of a nuclear power plant. You want to use it instead of a nuclear power plant? I mean, do you have a nuclear power plant in your garden? In terms of Denmark is completely built on photovoltaic and water, and we can check. Electronic map. I forgot the name. No, there is some fusion generators that have been surprisingly small. Well, there are some fusion generators that they develop currently that are surprisingly small, and then you could just put inside of your like cellar basement. So that might be a thing. It's not nuclear, it's a fusion in this case. Is it still considered nuclear? No, right? Nuclear is like the breaking thing. It worked. That's the other cool thing. If possible, it would be great if we can. Why is my mouse doing this? It would be great if we can validate email as address. What to do? Can we validate email address? 2. Currently it's just checking whether this query string parameter is there. I'm not sure whether we are actually able, there we go, whether we are able to validate the format as we are with a body, because here we have a so-called model, and it can then AWS can validate against this model, and when we go to models we see how this actually looks like. Okay, I have to scroll up. Oh wow, this looks... What is happening? Why is it reloading all the time? This looks terrible. Let's look at the model. There we go. This is a schema, a JSON schema, draft version 4. There are newer versions, but API gateway cannot run anything else. We see it's an object. It is required to have an email and a privacy policy accepted at value. Email needs to be a string with this format, a pattern, regex, and the privacy policy accepted at needs to be this pattern. So yeah. In fact, we can actually change the privacy policy accepted thing because we learned how to inject state variables, the execution time. We basically now have a inside of step functions we have a state.now or ISO string something. We can drill a borehole in the ground for 2 kilometers, 80 degrees Celsius, and pull water from the river there, and then supply it to heat exchangers as a power supply to generators, a pressure engine. Basically using the principles of a steam engine. Ah, yeah. That's like the geothermal thing, but without actually having like a volcano nearby. Just because it's so warm and the pressure is so high down below, it actually the temperature increases, right? And then as it comes up, it has a higher degree as you compared to when you pumped it down. And then you can use heat exchangers, for example, to heat your rooms with it. Is that, do I get that correctly? You're the pro on that. So all I did was like read, what was it? Drawdown. Project Drawdown, which is an environmental project. And there's a book for that, like 100 ideas of how to, actual practical ideas that are already there. We just need to maybe scale them, or at least most of them are practical, that we can use to reverse global warming. It was a good read, I gotta admit. It was a good read. I read like two books on global warming and how to stop it. The non-popularistic ones, because I hate the oh no the popularistic, like those that are not based on science. Polymers liquid build up pressure steam at 70 degrees. Oh, you're building. Yeah, I'm going to get married as soon as I'm in Japan, and she is Japanese, yeah. Polymers liquid build up pressure stream. How do the polymers come in? No, I don't get that part. Yeah, she's Japanese. Wait 2 weeks. 2 more weeks and I'm hopefully I am married. Two more weeks. I sure hope I have everything. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, Japan is going to be visa free as of mid of yeah. Japan to restore visa free travel from October. I suppose they still have like COVID measures and anti-COVID measures. But yeah, I got my visa right the moment when they decided that it's going to be visa free. Yeah. It might not be all countries, be aware of that. I'm not sure. Okay, that is not Bloomberg. Bleh. Sorry for sharing a bad article. Ignore that article. Maybe the Nikkei, which they allow more. We're going to live in Germany, at least for the time being. At least, let's say it like this. After we've spent 3 months in Japan, then we're going to Germany, and then the plan is to travel Europe. In particular, I want to go to Ireland. Yeah. Did you go on your walk already in France? Or is that next week? I think that was next week, right? It was you, right? Hopefully I'm not messing up names now. Next week. Okay, cool. Still looking forward to that, I guess, huh? That... Why was my alert? I think that was my... Last week I changed my alert to Monday. But I think it's wrong. I need to change it back to Tuesday. Okay. Sorry about that. Love cliffs and nature. Yeah, beautiful. I love nature too. If it had better internet and healthcare, and my friends would be living there, I would probably live on the countryside or somewhere on the ocean. Also, if I wouldn't be traveling all this time, maybe when I'm growing slightly older and I stop traveling again and again, maybe have kids, then I'd probably be moving to the countryside or something that is at least more outside of a city. Where were we? I think we deployed stuff, right? And it worked. Done. Good. Anything else? To do rename. Okay, let's... How did we... API gateway... Gateway... to subscribe SFN policy. Does that work? As easily as that? Right. Our template grows. It does grow. 467 lines by now. Most of them actually seriously due to AWS API gateway. Well, at least half of it, I think. Anything else that we have marked as to do? Move to state machines. Okay, yeah. We do that at some point. Oh, I'm not injecting the API gateway ID here. And in fact, I'm not sure. I think I will just hard code it. Because it's causing... No, I won't hard code it. Never mind. API gateway. Exclamation mark ref API gateway. Yeah, that should do it. I will not hard code it. It does cause a lot of changes. Whenever the API now changes, we also have to change the template, which in turn changes the newsletter template and the corresponding step function. Sorry, the step function, which is not ideal. But without hard coding it, I'm not sure how we can change it. And as long as it's automatically, I don't mind. Actually, it's not even changing it. It recognizes there are no changes. It does show them when we actually build and like in the part where we have to confirm the changes. So it's slightly irritating, but compared to deploying it manually and changing the value manually, I think it's still the better way to have this annoying dependency. As far as I know, we are not allowed to change the... Oh, what we can do, when we actually add a domain to API gateway, then our URL actually changes. And that's probably something you would want. And in that case, we have a basically, what do you... I mean, it's a regular dependency. You have two things that depend on the same thing. And currently we have like a row of dependencies, but splitting out one of the dependencies, which in this case is the URL, and if we deploy with the domain name, the domain name is a common dependency. And then both of these only share this common dependency, and as long as that domain does not change, but typically it doesn't, then we're good. And we get rid of this long tail of dependencies. But I don't want to actually deploy anything with a domain just yet, because it costs me $10. And even with credit, you do not get a domain, by the way. If you get AWS credit, and you want to go to Route 53 to get yourself a domain, the domain costs $10 or $20 depending on what you're using, and you cannot pay it with credits. Be aware of that. If you get credits at any point, you will have to pay those with your cash. Anything else that we need to do? The one and the one. Why is there a to-do right there? Ah. Never mind. We don't need that one anymore. What else do we have? Move to state machines. I think we can do that. That is fairly simple. State machines / and then we just do the following. There is my newsletter. Like so. Make sure that I didn't make a typo this time. It looks okay-ish. And then if we samdb, bd, sam build and sam deploy, it should be good. Use Google Domains to register domain names. I am. Currently my regular domain is still stuck with an annoying error, no changes to deploy. Okay, that works. It's still stuck with a German provider, which I don't really like, to be honest. The only good thing is it has very good pricing. Like, I think I pay less than €80 for the domain. But it doesn't come with HTTPS and so on, so that's annoying. I did look into it, like transferring to Route 53, transfer URL to Route 53. It is annoying. It is terribly annoying. It's not like it just works. No, you contact this one. You pay a transfer fee, apparently. You have to contact your regular domain, your current domain provider, and do this and that, and no fun. It might be easier than it sounds, but look at this. It has 8 steps. You cannot really see it, but it has 8 steps. Here, 8 steps. 8 freaking steps. No, they don't have it automated, apparently. Unfortunately. Maybe this is like the maximum, or worst case. The good thing is, at least, if you encounter issues while transferring a domain, you can contact AWS support for free, even if you are not on a support plan, or on the basic support plan, which is, yeah, no support. So at least they have this, but nevertheless, it's still 8 freaking steps to move it into AWS. Yeah, Google Domains might be more comfortable, but since I'm working only with AWS, I don't know. Yeah. I'm not doing much with my domain. In fact, my homepage actually is just a redirect to a Vercel app. It's running on Vercel. Yeah. So you're 40 freaking domains registered. Wow. And you're happy with everything. That says something about Google Domains. Yeah. So this one is, I don't know, refactor. What was our previous? It was work in progress. Actually, this is now feature. Because we did rename the unsubscribe. Unsubscribe get / unsubscribe works as intended. I.e. that is returns invokes the email, the function unsubscribe step function, and returns. I'll read that in a second. Invokes the unsubscribe step function and returns an HTML page, a static. We could, at this point, now that we have all of this, we can try again with with express state machines, because then we can use sync calls, and API gateway actually waits for the complete execution of our step function, and then we can work with the response from state machines, which would also be interesting to look at. Not that we really need it, and we also lose a couple of features, but it would be something to look into. Works as intended. That is, in particular, we can write email equals asdf@example.com. All right. Very good. Anything else to do? Can we validate address here too? For that, we probably have to look into request parameters. In this bad boy. This is map of strings. String to string mappings with the destination as the key and the source as the value. Why do we say true here? The request parameters that API gateway sends with the backend request. Ah, never mind. Oh no. Huh? I look at the wrong one. This is... Do I? I have point domains registered with Google Domains, happy with everything, you get free DNS. For 53, you need to pay 50 cents per DNS. Yeah, that's true. The hosted zones, or what they call it. For each domain, each month. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Absolutely. Oh yeah. That adds up. That adds up for you in your case. I mean, in my case, it's like $12. And in particular, if the integration with AWS is actually as great as it is, as it's supposed to be, then that would be cool. Like they have some aliasing and so on directly to AWS services. That would be nice. It would be nice for my normal crunch.eu. It doesn't help me because I still want to use Vercel. Yeah, but they don't really help me. What is integration? Specify the destination by using the following pattern: integration.request.location.name method the requested. Huh. It doesn't match the pattern. The source must be an existing method request parameter or static value. You must enclose static values in single quotation mark. Do I look at the right one? No, I look at integration. Oh. Yeah, method integration. Never mind, sorry. My bad. What I want to look at is AWS API Gateway method, which is the root, like the root cloud formation concept, object, resource. And then inside of here we see HTTP method, we see request parameters. And we see it is a map of booleans. Yeah. Okay. How can we specify a validator for our query strings so that it validates whether it has the right format? Because otherwise what we can do currently what we currently can do is do this. Come on, VS Code, do the thing. We can just call our API with hi, and that causes an error. Header name must be valid. Oh. Email. So question mark email equals hi. That's what I want to call. And this returns me the correct thing. The problem is, on the back end, it causes trouble. We get errors, in fact. I mean, we could just check for bad request validations on here, right? If we wanted to. If we wanted to. It would be nicer if we can validate on API gateway. API gateway, validate pattern or validate query parameters. Regex. HTTP parameter validation ATP gateway only supports required. It does not support regex. According to this person, 2017, which is quite old. Yes, I got to know that after reading lots of stuff. Does it hold true in 2020? At least nobody answered. And there's no obvious way to do it in here as well. We can provide a description. Well, yeah. Can only say required. For the body, we use models to do that. I don't think there's any way to do that. Or maybe this person has found something. Okay. Oh, we forgot to deploy, right? Did we? Did we actually deploy it? I think we didn't, right? So let's deploy that. I don't think there's a way. Oh, this is Oracle. No, wait. Yeah, I don't think there's a way. Yes. Alright, but we did get it into a format that we like. Look at this. And now what we then need to do, however, to handle this case is go into... So what do you think? Would it be better to just add another exception, like a catchphrase, to the delete contact? Or would it be better to have a lambda function invoked that just checks the email for validity? I don't know. I think from perspective of making it work, probably it's simpler to just do... Oh, wait. Let's go back. We want to go into our unsubscribe, and we take this one and then paste it right there. And now we added this bad boy. Because this one has the query strings, the template iterates, if you remember. Yeah. And I don't want to handle those manually. So in here, we can say error handling again. So on the delete contact can fail once more with another one. Email invalid or malformed. And then the error is going to be, I forgot to copy the error. Something with SESV2. Let's take a look. SESV2, bad request exception. Okay, that was a simple name. So errors, this one. Actually, we can make a list, right? Up. But I suppose it's simpler if we just choose an existing state. Email not found, do nothing. Alright, zoom out. Then go to the definition and we copy the definition. We can put the definition right there. And now we have error equals not found exception. In that case, do nothing. And otherwise, SES v2 bad request exception, email malformed, email not found, do nothing. We could have put them into one, so by just doing this. But then the description is not as descriptive anymore. So I suppose having two is fine. All right, let's deploy it. Build and deploy. And then we should be good. Is that? Wait. This might be a bit too drastic. Now that I think about it, if we actually make a mistake when sending stuff to delete contact, then it will not fail anymore. So it's probably better to have a lambda which explicitly checks for the email, even if it's slightly more expensive probably and more work. Is it? Is there like a validation, AWS validation service? That would be something. Hello, it's Rufio. Welcome in with your group of Rufios. Hey, Fine Art also there. Hey, good to see ya. How are you doing?
Owen Codes joined
How
our
was
tea
your stream?
time.
What did you stream, man? Shout out to hello, it's Rufio. Good. Did that work? Hope it did. Authentication for online talking dictionary at Twitch. Online talking dictionary. What? How do I have to understand that? Is it just you ask it question? Like, Alexa, please tell me the definition of DNS validation. We mostly chatted, but we did a little bit of passport auth. Ah, very nice. So you're doing JavaScript, I assume. As far as I know, passport is only for JavaScript, right? Is that true? Yes, JS. Oh, very good, very good. Typically, we also do a lot of JavaScript, TypeScript. Oh, we work in the JavaScript ecosystem here. Currently, we are building a email service for a blog. So whenever a new blog post is published, we notice, and then we send
Lark __
email newsletters.
joined our tea
like,
time.
hey, there's a new blog post. Check it out under this link to our subscribers. So we have completely
Hello,
on
it's Raffaele,
AWS
joined our tea time.
deployed a lot of stuff. By now it's quite a lot for a fairly simple workflow actually. We basically have a subscribe route, we have an unsubscribe route, and we have the logic that checks should we actually send a newsletter which runs on a schedule, because our blog is not dead, for the person that I'm building this for. It's more like one blog per day, or maybe every 2 days. We can just run it on a schedule every day at 4 o'clock or something. It's a Native American preservation sort of thing. Interesting. So you look up a term, you can hear how it's pronounced. Oh, very interesting, very interesting. That's always useful. That's always useful. I'm fascinated with languages. I speak Japanese, so I'm native German. I speak English, as you may have guessed now, although it has an accent. But I also speak Japanese, and one thing that I often look up is just the pronunciation of something. Also in English. The other day, for example, the word for deluge I had to look up the other day. And then Leo is from the University of Munich in Germany, the people with Oktoberfest. That's them. They have here deluge. Man, I did look it up and I forgot it immediately. Why Japanese? Because anime and gaming. I'm a big Final Fantasy fan. In fact, do you guys want to? Do your friends want to play a game? He was. This is a game that we've developed on stream. It is not designed for more than 5 people, I think, at this point. It's written in Phaser. Finite by now knows Phaser, and he has a lot of fun. So type one of these commands. You can ! join, and then we fight together against the monster. I will maybe start with protecting somebody. Who's in there? Connie. Reese Connie is now protected. Yeah, I love it. I love to see it. This is built completely with JavaScript and TypeScript in this case. Yeah, so having this, what do you call this? How to pronounce stuff. It's very useful. Very useful. To be actually understood. Let's throw out a heal here. 1 heal for everybody. Oh man, I rolled a 1, seriously. Yeah, so this is a lot of stuff, a lot of fun. We also have like cannonballs by now on stream, which, however, they try to hit the bug that you see up there. Thanks for the follows, friends.
Real's Connie joined our tea time.
Owen Codes, to Lark. Hello, it's Rufio. Gohaku. Real Connie. Thank you so much. Did I miss anything? Oh, I didn't. Did it get stuck, or why is it? Give it another tag. We should be done. Yeah, we did it. Boom. And Homeless reached level 2. Homeless, did we never play T-Wars? It got stuck, right? When you are here. Lark also reached level 2. Congratulations. This is actually persisted. So we have a Nest.js backend running. So Nest.js is like a framework that basically sits on top of Express and makes it slightly nicer to use, in particular with TypeScript. And we're talking with a MongoDB that is sitting in the cloud that saves our progress. And when we do another fight, in fact, you will now all have +1 damage. And +1 on the heals, and +1 on the, what else? Yeah, on the fire magic and so on. The 3rd level will, however, require you to do 2 fights, so that's a bit more to do. The cannon can also be controlled. Did I hit the one?
Aya
the bug? I think we can use
22,222,222 joined our tea time.
Aya 222. Did she actually do the complete pronunciation of that? Wow. Let's do some power down or gravity up. Let's try to shoot again. Do I hit the bug? I didn't. See the bug here on screen? Oh, it did! Woo! On the recoil. Ricochet. Yay.
Alvi Doodle joined our tea time.
Thank you for for following. Glad to see you. Welcome to the TypeScript Tea Time. Typically, we drink a lot of tea here on stream. The important part is actually a hot beverage, and I look at this screen because there is the chat and the other one. More death. You want to play again? I think we can do that by. I actually have to refresh it. So your party walks. We are in the dungeon. Our party is in a dungeon, and while we hear a lot of noise, like a tick, 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 the water dropping from the ceiling. Oh, there's another bug up here. All of a sudden, why there's a wolf inside of this dungeon? Don't ask me, but there is. It's a blink dog apparently, and we can fight once more. Because you ask for more deaths, right? So that's what you get. That's what you get for more deaths. Let's do some attack. !join if you want to fight together with me, or !attack also works. I did get a lot of damage right there. So yeah, very good. And now !attack to actually attack. !attack at the first time is basically just the short way to join. Man, there's a lot of bugs on screen for whatever reason. Congrats. I didn't see who actually. Holmes, I think you got the bug, right? Congrats on that one. Ooh, 20 damage in. Nice, good one. Good one. So what we're currently actually building is a AWS stuff. We're working a lot with serverless. Maybe you've heard of MailChimp somewhere before. Let's do a quick heal here. Almost squashed another bug. The bugs should appear somewhere between. Seriously, there's another one? What is this? They just keep coming. They should appear between 5 seconds and 5 minutes. Did I change it? And then accidentally deploy? Maybe I did. By the way, the cat uses Arch. Just saying. Some of fire. Boom! 17 damage in the face, Blink Dog. Let's get this one down. Lark. Sorry. Oh no! Did I die? Rip. So now I have to start from the beginning. So if you want to help Lark, !join into the chat to help Lark. I think he has still a lot of HP left, but still. Yeah, thank you, Homeless, for helping. It shouldn't be too much more HP on the dog. So this is kind of turn-based, by the way. Yeah, Final Fantasy VII oriented. Hey, you did it! What is it? It might have like 1 HP left. Oh, that's it. Man, a lot is going on on that screen. Congratulations. Dun, 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 dun. Nice. Congrats. Good job. I died. Damn it. That's annoying. Good job, everybody. High five into the chat. tea for everyone. I think this is not enough tea. I think we need more tea. Having so many people here. What we're currently building. So let me get back to that. Has anybody heard of MailChimp? Yeah, there we go. Has anybody heard of MailChimp? MailChimp is basically an email sending service, but for marketing in particular. What you can do is you can, for example, integrate it with your blog. And blogs oftentimes have these things called RSS feeds. And with them, MailChimp, basically you can set MailChimp up to check for new blog articles inside of this RSS feed, which gets automatically, oftentimes at least, if you don't have a custom hosted blog or self-hosted blog, these RSS feeds are automatically generated. They look like this. Inside, well, you see RSS, it's an XML specification. You see channel, and inside of this channel you see, well, this is the dev community. This is just dev.to, as you can see up here. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Somewhere we should see dev.to up there, I think. /RSS, and a lot of blogs actually provide this, so you can just integrate them with them. It's like fairly formalized or standardized, this RSS feed. Inside of this channel you have some metadata like the link to dev.to, you have a description of the blog itself, and you have items. And there are indeed multiple items in here, and the dev.to squashed another bug. Congratulations. I think we have to actually save that to a database as well, and then have like an overlay. Homeless already squashed like 20 bucks. You probably have like 10 already, right? Good job. And I added this like 5 days ago or 3 days ago, I think, the bug on screen. So in this item, you see we have a new blog post here on dev.to, how to publish your NFT on OpenSea testnet, from Enil Dukipati, which I probably misspelled or mispronounced. Excuses for that. We also see a pub date, you see a link, you also see a general global unique ID and a complete, I think this might actually be the complete article in this case. You also see some categories. And what we do is we take this RSS feed, we check for the pub dates, and then we can decide, is there a new blog post? And if there is a new blog post, what we do is we trigger a step function. Anybody has worked with step functions or anything like that before? Any AWS pros out there? Please raise your hand. Also the non-pros. I'm on the non-pro side most likely. We see this newsletter daily inside of step function, which is one of the services. And with this, what we have is a very, very visual way to say what is going to happen if we run this workflow. What you see here is, so it somehow it gets triggered. In this case, it's triggered on a schedule. Then we have a Lambda function, which is just JavaScript code that is running inside of the cloud. You do not have to provision anything else beside basically providing the code, so you can concentrate on the business logic. And this one is checking whether we do have a blog post within the last 24 hours. So this is actually TypeScript code that I've written here on, and we can actually look at it. app.ts has a new blog post. You have this Lambda handler. It receives typically an event. In my case, I do not care for the event, so I do not have anything on that front. Then we fetch using Axios. Many people a URL, an HTTP library to post stuff, to get stuff. We have this RSS feed then. So this gets the RSS feed, and then we parse it into a string. And we can look for its items. As you have seen in the XML, And then we can check, is it within the last 24 hours? And do we actually have a new one? And if so, return this object, yes, there is a new blog article, and here is the actual item. So that it can be used within the email that we want to send. Remember, we want to send an email to our blog, our email subscribers that want to read our blog. And otherwise we just say, no, there is no new blog post. So step function now comes in. It receives some output, or this output, what we see here, the return value is actually passed down in this next state. And in this case, it's basically an if, but it's a very, very visual one. It's one that can be understood by business people. In fact, if we go one step back, leave, then we see even a state machine here, and it's even higher level. We do not even see the services that we're invoking. What you see here is, well, we check has new blog post within last 24 hours, has new blog post, yes or no. It unfortunately doesn't say yes or no on these arrow, but it should be fairly obvious from when you read it. So in this path, there is no new blog article, do nothing, and then you go to the end. Otherwise, get me all the contacts, chunk them, and then we basically, if you guys, you friends from hello, it's Rufio, sorry. You know JavaScript, so you know there's a map function or a for each function, and then we do a for each essentially and send emails for each chunk in this case. So that's a complete workflow, and we can essentially click this together using this visual workflow here. So we see it's first doing a lambda function, JavaScript code, then it's doing this if completely on the level of step functions. Then it's integrating with some AWS API without actually having to write any code. All we did is we provide the contact list name, which is like the underlying resource. We did not write any code to do this API call. Then we have another lambda function. We do this map, and at the end we send the bulk email, and then that's it. And this gets run automatically. We can also do stuff like, well, I want this to have a specific form of concurrency. There should never be more than, let's say, one stack of 50 people, because these chunks are chunks of 50 to be running. And all I need to do is write one and done. This is now handling all the concurrency, which is just amazing. We also have error handling, in fact, not on this one, but for example on the subscribe. If we can actually get rid of a couple of things here. By now we can get rid of this one. So let's focus on this one. This gets called from the API. You need more you need to spend more time on AWS. AWS is a beast to get into, but once you get comfortable with it, man, it can do a lot. It can do a lot. So let's ignore this part. I will throw this out of the window now. We have now, this step function is actually integrated with an API endpoint. So what the user does, or well, the user puts something in the web form inside of the web page, like a email form. You probably have known you probably know them because they pop up and they are annoying. I don't want to subscribe. But sometimes you have good ones as well. And what the web page then handles is it sends to some API on AWS. In fact, it's a AWS API gateway endpoint slash unsubscribe. I'm in the subscribe case, never mind. Subscribe. And what it does, it has a content type of application/JSON. So it sends a JSON to the backend. Come on, JSON. And what it then does, it puts inside of there the email of the user, like TypeScript teatime at gmail.com. And slightly more information about did I check the privacy policy, and maybe if you want, you can do some more, but this is the very, very simple case. So what we do with this is, without having any form of JavaScript code involved here, as you can see, there is no Lambda inside of here. All we do is we do an API call to simple email service. That is what SES stands for. And what we send is we have this contact list where we want to send stuff. We did set that up front. We give it the email address, and we put in the email address that is coming into this state. And we also have some additional data which you can ignore. This is not necessary. But you could, if you want, have user-specific data if you wanted to. So this can, if this works, we can then say, well, everything is cool. Let's send a welcome email. Just like that. And this one also uses the email in this step up here. Unfortunately, step function lives on the left side, unfortunately, most of it. But you can see up here the email. And I put that basically inside of this template data, which I then use right in this API call. And this is basically one-to-one. You can use this if you've ever used the AWS CLI. This is basically one-to-one taken over from the AWS CLI. The command line interface with which you can integrate or call a lot of API endpoints and so on. So what if something happens? For example, we already have the user with name TypeScript teatime. Well, in that case, we can have error handling right here. And in this case, it's an SES v2 already exists exception. And in that case, well, if we get this exception, we just say the email is already subscribed, do nothing. Now here comes the fun part. This was not the good part. This was already fun, but here comes the real cool part. We can see it. Will you look at that? We see which path was actually taken. We can just click on the first one. We see what input got in here. In this case, it was email, TypeScript teatime, and then privacy policy accepted at 2021, 2022, something. It went into this validation. It then took this left path. It tried to save the contact, but the problem was, we see this output right here. Well, there was an error. SES v2 already exists exception, and we have we see even more data here. This is why this person already exists in the list. .service SES v2, like the actual error inside. But because that happens, it went into the exception path. The call catcher is what it's called, and it just finished right here. So this catcher, we should see the input was in fact the error. We could do more. So we could pass actually the data. So if you have like credit card processing and something goes wrong, you probably want to like revert something or something. In that case, we can pass for example, this input, we could pass it down even to the catcher so that the catcher can actually do its error handling, like roll back the complete transaction and whatnot. And all that without basically writing a single line of code. At some point, this kind of got a little bit hard to control. And what we did, in particular, at that point where we had to write Lambda functions, and I wanted to write Lambda functions not in JavaScript, I wanted to write Lambda functions in TypeScript. That's the point where we switched to AWS SAM, and we now have this kind of template. It grew very, very large within the last 2 days. AWS SAM is essentially an infrastructure as code tool. Maybe your friends heard of Terraform, which is another tool for infrastructure as code and infrastructure automation. Somehow you have to get the code from your local into the cloud, right? Or from your CI pipe into the cloud. Sorry for that. And Terraform is one way. There are others. Pulumi is another one. There's also another one inside of AWS called CDK. What we decided on, because it's the simplest one to use, this one can actually run one TypeScript, which is fairly cool. It can also run Python and so on. We decided for simplicity, you have the wrong link with you. AWS SAM. This is what I wanted to share, probably. Basically, what you do is you specify everything in code. So all I need to do now to deploy something is run SAM build, and then it compiles my TypeScript into JavaScript. It puts out everything inside of, let's see, this .aws SAM. So inside of here we have my chunk contacts function and my has new blog article function, each of which have just JavaScript. Somehow, magically. And all we need to do now is do SAM deploy. And it now uploads everything. It then checks where do I actually have to make changes. And we see that in just about a few seconds. So under the hood, this is using AWS CloudFormation, which is another infrastructure as code service, but much less easier to use. And we see, well, in this case, this API gateway method is going to change, the role is going to change, this other role is also going to change, and my state machine is also going to change. The state machine is a step function. The correct term for step functions is state machine, or AWS step function state machine, because that's what it actually is a state machine, the finest state machine. But I typically say a step function. It is just easier to say. Although it may be confused with like a lambda function. And now it deploys it. It does the changes inside of the cloud. I did make some changes before all of you friends raided. And now we have the newest version of our subscribe function up and running. So inside of here we should see unsubscribe now, which failed just recently, because we have a bad request. What I changed now is basically also catch the bad request. And now if we go into edit, we should see, hopefully, we have two catchers. We have one catcher that says email not found, and the other one is bad request exception, email not found to email malformed, sorry. And the other one is there was no email with the given specification, like TypeScript T-Time was not subscribed to us. We were not able to delete his contact because there was no contact. So yeah, that is pretty cool. We built all of this during the last couple of weeks, like 2.5, I think, 2.5 weeks. Not to mistake with 2.5 men. Everything is actually in the archive. If anybody is actually interested, because I was asked about it the other day. If you go to videos when I'm not online, you should see the collections. So I basically have like, I archive everything. So if you want, you can go there and watch me do stuff from the very beginning. Apparently I must be logged in to see that. Well, maybe it wasn't the right URL, was it? Yeah, it was the wrong URL. Never mind. This one. I bet. Yeah, you see me struggle. So that's one part of the learning experience here. You will see me struggle, but that's all part of the fun. So here you see the step functions MailChimp clone. That's a complete like, I think we have 40 hours into it now. And we did learn a lot. We did learn a lot about AWS serverless stuff. All right. Hello, Max. Welcome back in. Good to see you. How are you doing today? So, do we want to do anything else here? So we have. Let's check our board for just a second. We now have a proper unsub response. We did do that. We also have the request body validation on the API gateway. Oh, we need to change the workflow, however. We can simplify our subscribe workflow. And to do that, I will go inside of my workflow. I will not take this one because we are using some template string literals to actually change or inject stuff into our definition file. Instead, I will just copy and paste this over here. Now we can edit it. And what I want to do is close you, and then instead actually remove this state because we don't need it anymore. We remove this state, and then we somehow have to tell the step function to start at save contact, and that makes it so much simpler. What we did the last couple of days, we moved all the validation, which was incomplete anyway, over to the API gateway, which is another AWS service. And in here you will see I do have a request body which has, so this is post subscribe request. Inside of here you see I have this subscribe request body and I have validation turned on. What it does, it checks against this model which is completely unreadable inside of here. What it does inside of where's the schema? Here. It's basically an object, and we want to have, or we validate that there is indeed an email, and we also validate that there is indeed a privacy policy accepted at date. The email must be of type string, and it must match this pattern, which is a very, very simplified email pattern matching. So it has to have an at, and it has to have an at dot somewhere inside. And the privacy policy accepted at is basically an ISO string, ISO date string in UTC. So having this one now, we can first apply, and it didn't save it just yet, but what I can do now, I can take this template, I can go over to my subscribe here in code, and now I can just say, well, Sam, build all of this fun stuff, and it does all the things. It unfortunately it recompiles all the code, which is a bit annoying, but well, doesn't take too long. Maybe there are ways to actually get rid of that as well. It would be nice, like sparing me the 5 seconds that it's compiling from TypeScript to JavaScript, because I didn't do any changes to the JavaScript or TypeScript code, only to this JSON configuration file. And now it tells me, well, the stuff that you've changed is subscribe SFN. And when I change this subscribe SFN, I also need to change the API subscribe role. Well, that works for me. Do it. And it's just deploying it. And we should have that in the cloud in a couple of seconds, I suppose. We see green. By the way, if something goes wrong, CloudFormation is or SAM also, the underlying one is CloudFormation, it is clever enough to roll back your changes most of the time, which is very, very nice. So if something actually goes wrong and something cannot be deployed, then it rolls back the changes automatically. So we don't destroy our complete infrastructure. So that worked. We should, if I cancel this now, we should see, if I go into the subscribe, we see a now very, very simple workflow. We just try to save it. If it didn't work, well, it is already subscribed to nothing. What we can do, we can test it. And I want to go to test.http. Let's check this one out. We run it. We currently get this not so great response. Maybe we could change this by now. We learned today how to do that, but I don't think it's worth it. Maybe. I also don't know what we would want to change it into. And now if we go into our step functions again, we see we have a new execution. Apparently we have two. Did I call it twice? And we should see this tried to save the contact and it went immediately into, or it failed. We have an already exists exception and it went into the already subscribed to nothing state. I'm slightly curious about this one. Oh, apparently I called it twice. Apparently I called it twice. When yeah, I guess I did. Let's unsubscribe. This is currently not very, very safe because it's just hard coding the email. And one thing that I still have on my to-do list is getting rid of that. This one tells me now it is... I need to use unsubscribe 1. And that worked. What it returns is you are now unsubscribed. So normally we would have an email. And I did get an email, in fact, I think. Here. Like that. You receive the new email whenever there is a new blog post. So, and just now I unsubscribed again, if I'm not mistaken. We should see that also in our state machines. If we go to unsubscribe, we see there is a new invocation at 53, which is basically just now. We had a delete contact from input typescripttime@gmail.com, and we are deleted. Good. All right. So let's look right here. So we did that, and we also simplified the code now. We can do one more deployment. Factor. Actually, what do? We actually have added email error handling. So let's say feature error or unsubscribe. Let's unsubscribe error handling for bad requests. And then we have refactor, because we didn't do any changes in terms of actually changing code functionality. Refactor, remove duplicate validation from subscribe. workflow. Reason it is handled on API gateway level. So by the way, if you have any kind of questions, feel free to chime in. Forgot to save apparently. There we go. Should also see, well, this one actually invokes, and but it doesn't error. It basically goes into the fail state. So we have a proper subscribe response. We do not have. Following the unsub link downloads the JSON response. Do we? We do have the unsub link. All right. I do have a call at 21 o'clock, unfortunately. So next time we will do the subscribe response. It will be very, very similar, I can already tell you, to what we did right here, I think. Integration response, we map it into something different. I think I can do that in 2 minutes. I gotta be honest with you. Subscribe. Integration response, there we go. So it takes 200. We do not set a content type. Well, we do set a content type header to application/JSON, and I don't know why, but we have to include the text right there. And application/JSON then returns just the static success true. There we go. This is a string at this point. I think that should work. Let's try it. Build first. And if it doesn't work, I reroll. And I probably will finish for today. Deploy. Where's my test.htp? Give it a second. Any second now. So we see the method changed. Hypersound 1411, welcome in. Good to see you. How are you doing today? What are you working on? Oh, it failed. Oh, very good. At least we see how it fails. So it tried to do it. It now will just re-roll. Update, rollback in progress. We see. How are you doing? Are you one of the raiders? From Hello, it's Rufio. I'm fine. I'm coding my site currently for my web hosting business that just launched. Wow, congratulations. That's amazing. That's amazing. We're building a clone for MailChimp, essentially, a simplified MailChimp version, but on AWS, completely serverless. So MailChimp is a service. Oh, let's go slightly back. We have a blog, and whenever there's a new blog post, we want to send email notifications to our subscribers, or email subscribers. So what we have is basically two endpoints. We have subscribe and we have unsubscribe, and we check whether there is a new blog post and then send all the emails. And it's completely built using AWS. We learned a lot of step functions. So we have like a very, very visual way to, for example, subscribe somebody here. In this case, it is an error handling case. Just basic web hosting. But that's something. You launch something and own your own business. That's amazing. That's a big, big, big step. That's an amazing step. We on stream at some point we try to, this is kind of preparation for a business that I kind of think of. So awesome to have the entrepreneurs in here and the people who want to do more. Can we see a website? Yeah, please feel free to share. The rest part of it, it's on its way. Promotion. Yeah. I feel you. I've launched 2 apps and both of them are mostly failing due to poor promotion. That's a nice design. I like it. I love the design. Very cool. You have a name in here. I hope that it was okay to dox you. If not, I apologize. I will take it back. I mean, you kind of doxed yourself by putting it out there. But it's consider it free advertisement. That's amazing. Very cool. Different hosting plans, co-owner, package, FAQ, the team, hosting, and website. Very nice, very nice. Congratulations on that one. That's amazing. Yeah, it is public. but the connection between your Twitch name and your public name was not that obvious. Very cool, very cool, very cool. Again, congratulations. That's a big step. Very nice. Is the source code included? Yes, we will provide every single file of projects in a zip right in your email. So, Homeless, maybe Hypersound is the better target for your idea. Is it okay to share the idea? Or maybe you can repost the idea that you had earlier today. Maybe Hyperpost is the better target. So Homeless, today he came up with the idea that what about a service that automatically builds a website for you, like a landing page, for example, using machine learning, let's say. And all you need to do is maybe provide some, let's say, images and some text, and the rest is automatically made. Nice group. You make the website that I'm now visiting, so I doxed you. Sorry about that. My bad. Yeah, this is amazing. I love the design. I love the design. The gradients are very sweet. It's nice to look at. It doesn't blend my eyes. It's clear to read because the contracts are immediately visible. You might want to consider making the buy now button slightly larger, because that's your goal, right? It's your primary action, your action button. But other than that, I love it. It looks amazing. It looks really good. The color scheme and all. Good job. Thumbs up to you. Also a high five. I unfortunately need to run now. Promised my brother to call him. Yeah, I will just send him a message. So what we are building here on stream is a completely serverless MailChimp clone. So email sending whenever there's a new blog post, which we fetch using RSS feed. So you just basically provide us with the RSS feed URL. We send a templated email to your subscribers. We also handle all your subscribers and so on. That's pretty rad. And we had a lot of fun building this pretty much completely on stream. Yeah, yeah, that was pretty much the same answer I gave to Homeless. It is a lot of a lot of work for one person team or a 2-person team. But the idea is pretty cool. I like it. In particular, like if you like, there are specific patterns, for example, for real estate web pages. They all have a similar look and feel, or these email sending web pages. They all have a very, very similar look and feel. Will it act like a SMTP relay service? I'm not 100% sure what that exactly means. I know SMTP for email sending. What we are using is, so we handle all the email sending for you, and in fact AWS handles it for us. And so we don't really have to go as low as SMTP. But under the hood it does use SMTP. We could also configure more stuff, but we just take it simple. I'm also new that this is mostly for learning, because I want to use more, or I wanted to get more into step functions and into API gateway and all of that fun stuff, all the serverless stuff, because I do have a business idea about skincare and automatically or telling a user who has a skincare problem, sensitive skin people, they just take a picture of the product while they are in the supermarket. It takes them 10 seconds at most, and then they get the response. This product will probably cause like reddening of your skin, or this product compared to, or of what we know about your skin type and the stuff you have responded to us, and the people who have similar skin types, this is probably a good product for you. It will probably work. That's the idea, and we haven't found anything like that, or at least most of them were not easily usable, or just database style places. So don't ask me about design. If you want to know about design, maybe a Tailwind design book, Refactoring UI. That's a book that might be interesting for you. I haven't read it just yet. I did want to get into it, but Tailwind is just so ugly for me. I don't know. Tailwind just doesn't click for me, unfortunately. But that might be something that you want to look into, because a lot of people say Tailwind design is very, very good. And as you can see, their primary action button immediately jumps out. They also have a very, very similar design to yours. Now that I look at this page, which is wow, what a coincidence. Except you looked at this page. But maybe that might be something that you want to look into. I haven't read the book, so I cannot really tell you something about it, but judging from like Goodreads and Amazon, it isn't too terrible. Amazon is, well, it's not that great. What I know is that you want to have, I don't know much about the design. What I know is you want to immediately identify where you need to click as a user to buy your product. Maybe I say it like that. Other than that, I cannot tell much about it. You want the right contrasts with the background and also with the text of itself, right? Buttons I can't hear what your feedback on it. What I say, I'm not great at design. I know from a business perspective, you want to have your users immediately identify what the primary action or the main action on your website is, and you want to like funnel them towards buying your product, right? Start for free or something like that. Maybe if you go to Amazon, you immediately, well, you have in this case this frickin' button. But you immediately see, even on this fairly busy page, I think the most
Nice
important
Trooper
button
2 joined our
is
tea time.
just here. Sorry, I missed. Nice Trooper. Thank you so much for the follow. Nice Trooper. Is that a reference to Star Wars, by the way? Yeah, that would be my small feedback. Other than that, I like the design a lot. It depends a bit on who you want to sell to, right? How your design is going to be. But yeah, I would always start from the person you want to sell to in mind. But then again, you are the guys who started the business. I didn't so far. I mean, I'm a freelancer, so that's kind of a business, but that's a completely different level of business. Mine is much easier, much easier compared to selling stuff to actual people. Anyway, yeah, so finishing. We are currently building a MailChimp clone. Next time we will do a little bit of fixing this template, because currently it's not correct apparently. With that, I thank you so much for joining. This is the TypeScript Tea Time. We do a lot of TypeScript stuff. Currently we're doing a lot of AWS stuff together with TypeScript stuff, because we are writing some Lambda functions from time to time. Yeah, kind of we called it DevOps. The sweet spot between DevOps, or what's called DevOps today, like the ops in earlier terms, and the developer role, so the DevOps. That's what we are currently doing. We're having a lot of fun. I'm Mirko, your host. I hope to see you next time. If you've liked what you've seen, please leave a follow. And with that, let's try to raid somebody. Sneak live. You guys do your friends wanna see something about security? Or do you want to see something about what is UK Metals working on currently? Not sure what he's working on, but he has something, some XML on screen. Yeah, maybe let's raid him. All right, Acorn 1010. Let me see, Acorn 1010. Oh, I mistyped. Acorn 1010. He's not there. So I would be raiding into an empty seat. But thanks for the suggestion. He's just not there currently. So we're going to go to UK Metals. Exclamation mark, raid. All right. Thank you so much for joining. Hope to see you next time. Please leave a follow if you want to check out more. I'll be streaming again tomorrow, I think. My regular times are Wednesday, 18 o'clock in Central European summertime at this point. So, thank you so much. Hope to see you next time. Goodbye, everybody. Cheers.